Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we will start shortly. Thank you.
Please welcome on stage the Secretary General of the Norwegian Atlantic Committee, Ket Hansen Bundt.
I hope you had a great lunch, but now it's time for the next session. Norway and Poland, close allies in Northern Europe. As Europe adapts to an increasingly contested security environment, cooperation between aligned and capable allies has become essential. Norway and Poland are such allies. We both view Russia as the main threat to European security, and as a result, we have bolstered cooperation over the common aim to secure a Ukrainian victory. I'm greatly looking forward to the discussion of these issues with both Norway and Poland's Minister of Foreign Affairs. So first, it is my great honor to welcome up to the stage my old and good friend, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Norway, Espen Barth Eide. Minister, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Ket, for that introduction. Dear Radek, welcome to Norway. It's lovely to have you here with us at the Security Conference, but also in Oslo. And dear everybody, great to be here. I want to say right away, as we speak about Poland and Norway and Northern Europe, that Radek is an old friend, not because he's old, but because the friendship is old. And we have both served as defense ministers and foreign ministers, and we belong to that little club who think that it's good to have done defense before you do foreign affairs, because you see the world from slightly different perspectives. And that was in the old times. And then when Radek and I came back, and then Radek came back, we felt that the world was in some kind of order. Of course, it is not, but at least we are there, and we have a strong partnership together. And over these years, I have seen how Poland, has grown into be a key player in Europe, a key player in NATO, a very serious country in all possible respects, a star performer when it comes to defense expenditure. We are both in the high performer club, but frankly, Poland is ahead of us, a good source of inspiration, around 5% already, but also a country with whom it feels very natural to discuss deep strategic issues and their practical defense and foreign affairs implications. And we have, in this very murky and difficult world that was so well described by the previous panels, you really get to know who your near friends, close friends are, your real friends are, the closest friends are. And what has happened over and this is a long-term development, but after there's at least one thing that President Putin has achieved that I appreciate, which is that he helped Finland and Sweden to finally decide that they should join NATO. And the fact that Finland and Sweden joined NATO matters for Polish-Norwegian relations for clear geographical reasons, because what has happened now is that we have a continuous landmass of NATO countries from the Barents Sea, or our part of the Arctic Sea, down to the Baltic Sea, and everything between until you get over to Russia is NATO territory. So that means a lot for military planning. It means a lot for security sharing, intel sharing and other kinds of sharing, but also for a strong sense of togetherness among what we often refer to as the NB8, the Nordic-Baltic 8 countries, which are all small or medium-sized countries, but also with our close neighbors just to the south of that, which, of course, in which Poland is a key example. So For instance, in the organization called CBSS, the Council on Baltic Sea States, that was an organization that was set up for a totally different purpose. It was like some of the other organizations that came out of the happy years of the early 90s, where we wanted to help prospecting members to become closer in practical cooperation on soft issues, and also involve Russia. Now Russia has left and everybody else joined NATO, so this is now a club of 10 NATO countries. It's not a subgroup, it doesn't make any formal decisions, but it's one of the frameworks where the NB8 are connected to our friends both in Poland and in Germany. And of course we have a similar, somewhat similar setup in what is called GEF, that is the NB8 plus the United Kingdom and the Netherlands. So here in Northern Europe, in the extended Nordics and the extended Northern Europe, we see a very serious group of countries that work ever more closely together on security issues. And I think I can say that all these countries share a strong understanding of the importance of transatlantic ties. We need to continue to invest in the transatlantic partnership. We need to have the US and Canada with us in our security outlook, and that NATO is the relevant defense organization, that collective defense should happen through NATO. And there is a big room for rebalancing between Europe and North America, or Europe and plus Canada and the US rather, within NATO, because NATO would, even with a different balance, NATO would still have the protocol, the technical integration, the common standards, the command structures and so on that you would need even if you have a more Europeanized NATO. But we all also agree that there is a big room for something beyond that, because security today is much more than defense. Security is economic security, is making practical preparation for civil preparedness and the delivery of civil preparedness. And Norway chose a year and a half ago to enter into a strategic partnership with the European Union on defense and security. Then we made it very clear, again, in the preamble, that the collective defense rests with NATO, but a lot of other things can happen in a close partnership with the EU, and Poland is one of the countries that has been very supportive in that integration into those parts of EU cooperation that we and Iceland, and now also the UK, is trying to link up to without being member in the EU. After all, Norway is the world's leading experts on being in the EU without being in the EU. So we can share that experience with anybody who's interested. To the immediate east of this landmass, of course, is Russia. And as Kate very correctly said, we all agree that the #1 security issue is Russia, and that is to such a degree the #1 security issue that we have to keep it as #1. And that's actually a rather important thing to say. Whatever else we do has to be structured around the understanding that we have a very difficult neighbor in Russia, and it's not going to get any easier even if we bring the war in Ukraine to an end, maybe to the contrary. So we need to have that long-term planning. And Russia, in their own military organization, they have re-established something that is called, interestingly, the Leningrad military district, not, for instance, the St. Petersburg, but the Leningrad military district, and that's our neighbor to the east of all of us. And that also matters, because that means that from the Russian military outlook, we are in the same club, and we actually agree, we are in the same club. So they're right, and that's also why we have to make that a strong club inside of NATO and the EU. I should also say that since Poland is where we go in and out of Ukraine, either when we travel as leaders and so on, but also where most of the equipment is transported. That's why Eastern Poland becomes very important also in the context of this war. We're very happy that we've been able to take part of the collective protection of that part of Poland with our F-35s and our NASAMS, and that we also collaborate closely on Camp Jonsborg, which is where we teach and train new brigades for Ukraine to use in the war. So in all of this, we have a shared interest in developing our bilateral cooperation, our regional cooperation, to strengthen all these ties. And I will discuss this at more length with the Foreign Minister Sikorski later, but also how we plan for the long-term management of our relations to Russia and how we keep the alliance together. Norway came out last year with its first ever national security strategy. Some other countries have done that many times, and some are more interesting than others maybe. But we also made the first one in order to demonstrate that we look at security as a broad concept, but we also have to have some clear principles, and to link the defense security in a more classical sense with economic security, with resilience, with shared understanding of long-term developments is very essential. And here, this new North European partnership is very healthy. And it's very good to be able to say that in a world where most of what I talk about are increasing problems, that here we have an increasing friendship, partnership, shared interest, and it's based on a real, genuine understanding of a long-term common destiny. And that's what I wanted to say. And the main show today, of course, is Minister Sikorski.
Dear Espen, thank you for the generous introduction. Madam Secretary General, Ministers, Ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it's true that we belong to a very exclusive club of foreign ministers who've been defense ministers. But in the last few days, I've discovered that there is an even more exclusive club. Our new Irish colleague is simultaneously foreign minister and defense minister. I'd just like it to be remembered that when I was defense minister, I bought the first Polish naval strike squadron, which includes Kongsberg missiles, and we bought a subsequent one, and it's not our last word. I am particularly pleased to be standing here before you in this magnificent hall. Because our ambassador tells us that this was the place where traditionally the Nobel Peace Prize was handed over, and one of the last recipients who received it here was Danuta Wałęsa, the wife of Lech Wałęsa, who couldn't come here in person because he couldn't be sure that the communist authorities would have let him back in. So for us, in that depth of the communist oppression, in the middle of Poland's lost decade in the 1980s, it was a very moving moment. It was a lifting up of spirits and a gesture to give us hope. We were, at that time in the 1980s, the poorest in our 1,000-year history by comparison with Western Europe. We've done very well since then, which proves that democracy and free markets work. Of course, the Nobel Peace Prize is of some interest right now. Prime ministers get letters. Our Speaker of Parliament has stated this morning that unfortunately he will not be signing the ready-made nomination paper for the next Nobel Peace Prize. Apparently, as foreign ministers, we also have the right to nominate. I'm on the record saying that if President Trump secures a fair peace for Ukraine, I shall do it myself. But it's I who will decide what a fair peace is. The relationship between Poland and Norway is in the best shape ever. I can't imagine how it could be even better. Last year, Norwegian air defense systems and F-35s were the first to help protect the Polish sky. Defense cooperation has been growing steadily and effectively. Together, as Espen has already mentioned, we are helping Ukrainian soldiers who can now train in Poland in Camp Jomsborg. This year, Norway will be the strategic partner for the Oslo Security Forum, whose boss is here. That's right. I hope you come in droves to Warsaw. It's an excellent institution. And we hold similar views and concerns. I come here with a simple message. Poland also looks north. We are willing to develop our bilateral cooperation with Norway even further. I believe our countries have a unique role to play on our continent. Our geographic locations give our countries a strategic role in their respective regions with regard to Russia. And it even goes deeper than that. You know, Poland is between East and West. In the old days at NATO, they used to joke that God created Poland for tank warfare. We are trying to get away from that image. And we now like to think of ourselves as southern Scandinavia. You may or may not know that our Prime Minister, Donald Tusk, actually belongs to the Kaszebe national minority in Poland, and they were originally a Baltic tribe. So here you are. Norway is the oldest NATO member in the region, and Poland is the biggest on the eastern flank. We are both investing in our defense capabilities, and I would venture to say that our relevance is increasingly recognized by our American allies. Russian aggression against Ukraine and Russia's hybrid war against Europe continue unabated. Putin still believes he can win. Any misunderstanding within the transatlantic family, any distraction from our real security priorities, encourages him to explore our weaknesses and fosters Kremlin's criminal endeavors. Ukrainian territorial integrity and our own security is a long-term commitment. We support efforts to find a peaceful solution to the war, but we all understand that to have peace with Putin, we need to be united and ready to defend one another. Our strategic goals are straightforward: to keep our transatlantic community strong and united, to increase European NATO capabilities in response to the Russian aggression in the face of an inevitable shift in burden sharing, to address key gaps in regional security and around the Norwegian and Baltic seas. I am impressed with Norway's growing awareness of our shared responsibility for the Baltic Sea, as Espen was just saying. I appreciate your dedication, your willingness to participate in these efforts. Poland is at the moment in the chair of the Council of Baltic Sea States, and we aim to make the organization politically stronger by adopting a more focused strategy for regional security. And I know I can count on Norway's cooperation in this effort. With the impressive world's fifth largest trading fleet and the enormous experience in private-public partnership, Norway we see as a maritime superpower. I do encourage you to take a leading role in two areas. One, halting the growth of the infamous shadow fleet, which I prefer to call clunker fleet. Because shadows are harmless. But a fleet of very old tankers that don't fulfill technical criteria, that don't hold actionable insurance, and that ply enormous amounts of oil in a shallow, enclosed sea like the Baltic, is a present danger to the ecosystems and to our finances, quite frankly. Just to convince you how serious this is, I once, a couple of years ago, I asked the chairman of BP how much it cost them to clean up the mess created by Deepwater Horizon. Do you remember in the Gulf of America, once called the Gulf of Mexico? The total cost, the rescue operation, the cleanup, and the payoffs, and the legal costs, $65 billion, half the value of the company. And secondly, we need jointly to provide assistance in the protection of maritime critical infrastructure. As you know, pipelines and underwater cables are being breached, sometimes on purpose, sometimes by accident, but we don't have the right legal framework for dealing with people who do this. The only way to defeat and keep away Russia is to continue degrading their energy sector and to limit the flow of resources to their defense companies. We believe in Alliance's principle of 360 degrees. We follow the developments in the Arctic region and share your perspective, enshrined in the already mentioned Norwegian National Security Strategy and your new Arctic strategy. The Arctic is becoming a region of growing tensions. Please be sure that you will not be alone in facing this new challenge. Poland is no newcomer to the Arctic. Next year, we will mark the 70th anniversary of the permanent Polish polar station, Hornsund, in Svalbard. And we've just agreed with Espen that we would go and visit it together next year. Ladies and gentlemen, let me raise two more issues connected to security. First, economic cooperation. As the world's 20th largest economy, which Poland is now, we are ready to step up our cooperation in new fields, in IT, in quantum technologies, energy, space programs, and broader research. I'm also very proud to have learned from our ambassador this morning that the Polish petrochemical company, Orlen, is the 10th largest taxpayer in Norway. In the world of hybrid risks and trade wars, cooperation, innovation, and competitiveness are not a choice. They are a must. Secondly, Norway and the European Union. Norway is no longer a self-sufficient country on the periphery of Europe. Norway is not just yet another European country. You are a pillar of Europe's security. And in a world where long-established principles are undermined, we need more European unity. Rest assured that if you ever apply to join the European Union, I am confident in saying that whoever is in charge in Poland will vote in favor. Ladies and gentlemen, the last few years have made it very clear where our friends are, certainly in Northern Europe. The relationship between our countries is built on reliability and a shared understanding of our commitments. This allows us to plan for the long term and to act with confidence, even in an uncertain international environment. Poland has been and will remain your trustworthy and accountable ally, and we know this commitment is fully reciprocated. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to both of you for your statements. I now look forward to discuss the Norwegian-Polish or the Polish-Norwegian relationship. But I would like to start with Mr. Sikorski. I think it was in December I read an op-ed written by you. Where you started, it was called Never Again. And you started by telling us what keeps you awake at night. Would you care to share your nightmare with us here today?
Well, remind me which particular one I was... there are so many and the number seems to be growing.
I think it was the rule-based international order, and we can't start this conversation without, commenting a little bit on what's going on in the beginning of this year. It's been some strange comments from the other side of the Atlantic. You've wrote about that this international order that, was shaped by the memories of 2 world wars and Holocaust.
Well, in Poland we are mostly Catholic, so we know that human nature is fallible, but and that we are sinners. But it's still nice to have the 10 Commandments as an aspiration.
Yeah.
And this is how we think of the rules-based international order.
That's good.
There have been many breaches over decades, but it was still a reference point.
Yeah, yeah.
And now some people say that we don't even need it as a reference point, and that's a problem. We all know that the UN Security Council, for example, doesn't reflect the distribution of power in the world.
No.
Not a single African country, not a single Latin American country is a permanent member. India, 1.5 billion people, not on it. And, with the invasion of Ukraine, a permanent member of a body that was charged originally with maintaining the peace, uses its membership as an immunity from prosecution for an act of blatant aggression.
Yeah.
So sure, the UN is in danger of going down the route of the League of Nations. But that should not be a pretext for dismantling it altogether. Also because so many UN agencies do sterling work, UNHCR, World Food Programme, and many others. And also if you are proposing an alternative, the alternative should be better than the original. And that's not what we have at the moment.
No, that's true. Espen, would you care to comment a little bit? Are we into
as a predominantly Protestant country, but we traditionally take the scripture literally. But the other part of Protestantism is that you're actually supposed to interpret yourself. So there's some space for discussing what it actually says. But I agree with you. I think we all knew that this was never perfect. This was also very central to Carney's very important speech in Davos, that it was a good order for many of us, but it was never perfect. I mean, that's good to say. But I mean, there are institutions that came out of that Pax Americana or global liberal order, which are worth preserving and adapting and modernizing. The World Trade Organization, either you have it or you don't, but if you don't have it, that's very costly for the world. You need to deal with that, but you also need to engage with are there some rules that has to be changed? We need to keep the UN, but also develop the UN. And the 3 core principles is basically, thou shall not invade other countries. That's a good rule, in my view. Thou shall try to cooperate economically when you can. And there shall be human rights in all countries. That's never been perfect, but the principles are not bad. These are good principles.
Don't change borders by force.
Yeah. I mean, the principle is good, because the connection actually between that principle and the principle of human rights is that there shall be respect for human rights within the borders, and then the borders doesn't matter so much. Far from reality, of course, but these are good principles. But we need, in the world we live in now, to really engage with how we can not only preserve, but also invent and modernize and further develop after 81 years after the Second World War.
Yeah. Sikorski mentioned that Poland is looking north. And as Europe adapts to more fragmented and contested security environment, how central is regional cooperation in different shapes, but most definitely in Northern Europe, to Poland's overall security thinking, Sikorski?
Well, we traditionally have won and lost most, if not all, our wars on land, whereas your fortes are at sea and in the air.
Exactly.
Which means that we are complementary. And this northern dimension of our policy is that we are natural allies. So for us, the sense of threat from a Russia that has adopted an imperialist state ideology, for us, it's not an option, it's existential. This is what binds us together. And when I talk about southern Scandinavia, I don't mean just the security dimension. I mean that this is our ambition, that's the kind of society we want to be. You know, there are threats to democracy, polarization and so on. And it seems that smaller countries are better positioned to withstand them because it's easier to maintain trust.
Yeah.
And we also aspire to your social model, whereby the economy is free and competitive, but government is clean and social services are at a high level. That I think is something that unites us.
When I first time I met Thomas Ylvis, who was the foreign minister of Estonia and then later president, many years later become president, the first thing he told me, very first thing to introduce his position was that, Espen, we Estonians want to become like you, another boring Nordic country. And you know, actually, thinking back, it was not such a bad for exactly those reasons. So, but I felt that over these years being very close, you know, and many times together with Radek, but to see this developing Nordic-Baltic plus, and Poland included here, is that we learn from each other. You know, that the countries that came out of the Soviet Union or the Warsaw Pact bring with them a very relevant experience that we are well advised to listen to and learn from. And in the early days, that was seen as they hadn't really got the new memo of you know, harmony and togetherness and let's all give each other a big hug. But it turned out that that experience was actually quite relevant. On the other hand, the Nordics have also some experience, some sisu and some calm and so on, which can also be helpful. So I think we have mutually developed together, you know, building on these different experiences in our outlook. So it's much more than just a pragmatic cooperation based on day-to-day common interest. It's actually growing into something deeper. And we will be the first ones to say that we're happy that the formal institutions we belong to are big, like NATO and the EU and EA and so on, but to have this regional partnership for the long term is, you know, makes it stronger. So we're strengthening. I think this kind of cooperation makes both NATO and the EU stronger. And then one point of geography, if you're Russia and you want to sail west, there are three ways out. First one is through the Black Sea and out through the Bosporus. Whereas the Bosporus, thin line, NATO is Turkey is NATO, can be choked very easily. Then there are two remaining outlets. That's the Baltic Sea and the Barents Sea, the Arctic Sea, and that's it. Otherwise, you have to go the other way around. So if you're interested in what you call not the shadow fleet, but the
Clunker fleet.
But also the more sort of military dimensions, you know, being in control of these waterways is actually very relevant for strategic purposes. And as Radek says, you know, they have a traditional land focus, so does the Finns. We have more a naval and sea focus. Fine, because then we do things together that we literally become stronger together.
Could you be a bit more concrete? Because Sikorski mentioned that Norway is sharing responsibility of the Baltic, and we have, you know, more and more integrated to that. How do we do that concretely?
I mean, first we are literally in Poland because of you know, the and then we're also been involved in the work around this Baltic Sentry and rotating in and out of air policing roles and so on. But I think we have gradually learned over decades that we are also a Baltic country. I say in quotation marks because it's a little stretch to say we're in the Baltics. I remember Thorvald Stoltenberg, this only the Norwegian will understand, he brought the fylkesordfører from Østfold, because that was the closest you got to the Baltic.
To the Baltic.
To a Baltic Sea. But the thing is that it's so important for our strategy. And remember, what was the Baltics and what is it? You know, 35 years ago, it was 2 neutral countries in the north. It was Russia and 3 other Soviet parts, the 3 Baltic states. It was Poland in the Warsaw Pact, and it was GDR, and there's a tiny bit of Denmark and West Germany. And now it's the other way around. The only Russia left is Kaliningrad and the sailing route into St. Petersburg. Everything else is NATO. So that has really changed, and so is our Arctic. So we need to understand that we're also Baltic, and our friends, thankfully, are also realizing that they are, in a sense, also Arctic. Not in a physical sense, but they should care about what happens in the Arctic, and that's good.
Yes, if you look at the Norwegian long coastline, it's the reinforcement of Allied forces will come there also, so that's important.
And the number one, the most important conglomeration of nuclear weapons in our neighborhood is in Kola, and that's where the second strike capability is. If you don't control the waters, but also the land behind the waters, you will give them a free
That's
rein.
true.
Yeah.
There's also a longer history of your involvement in my part of the world than some people appreciate. Didn't Charles XII die besieging some Norwegian fort? He did, didn't he?
He did.
It's all his fault. Because if he hadn't lost the Battle of Poltava, everything would be different today.
Yeah.
But we took him
Poltava is on the way to.
For
For those who don't know where Poltava is, it's one of the last stops on the way to Kharkiv.
But he died in Halden in Norway.
We took
Probably shot from one of his
It was
own.
a different government.
It was. Okay. At least you were not defense minister at that time. No. You both have been Minister of Defense. I think that's how valuable, or what does that do with your view as foreign ministers to have had the experience of being defense minister?
Well, first of all, defense ministries are harder to run than foreign ministers.
Yeah.
You have, in most countries, between 20 and 25 times the budget. But it also teaches you to be much more concrete and results-oriented.
Yeah.
They have also different institutional cultures. So at the defense ministry, when the minister says something, on the whole, they try to carry it out. At the foreign ministry, a minister's decision is an invitation to a discussion about whether it's a good idea.
Okay. Espen, did you recall that from your...
Well, what I would say is that, increasingly defense ministries and foreign ministries deal with many of the same issues. I see there's another former defense minister on the first row. But, in defense, you need to be at the strategic level, but you also have to make sure that very practical things happen. Not that you do it yourself, obviously, but you must ensure, because you need both to have a strategy, but you also need to know that there are batteries for the radio and you can charge them in the field. I mean, that whole spectrum, and that is more present in everyday life in a defense ministry than in the foreign ministry, and that's a good background, actually, that you have things have consequences, but also to be in charge of the military. And of course, we are the CHOD. It's also a good experience is that it's an organization that has first it's there to fight wars, obviously, and to prepare for that. But also that if something, they're trained to sustain themselves in very critical situations. So if somebody says that something should happen here, it actually happens over there because there's a chain of command. And they can, you not only take care of the enemy, but also make sure that you're still around when you do it, because everything else fails. So that's an experience which is a good background.
Sikorski, do the recent developments around Greenland and the High North change how Poland thinks about European security, interdependence, and its relations and dependency of the United States?
Well, we signed the Paris Declaration on Denmark's sovereignty We make no claims on Danish territory, even though we had a war over Bornholm in the early 16th century.
Okay.
But speaking seriously, I wish the issue would just go away, because the United States has complete operational freedom in Greenland. Also in literally tomorrow I'm flying to Washington to a critical minerals conference that the United States is convening to try to see what we can do vis-à-vis this Chinese blackmail.
Yeah.
And of course Greenland is open to American and anybody else's effort to find these materials there. And we even had a concession, even Poland had a concession once. So it's an unnecessary distraction.
I would like to follow up. You invited us to the European Union and said that you or any future Polish government will vote for a Norwegian membership. But
I'll tell you more.
Okay.
Because I saw this excellent series about Norway called Occupied.
Oh, yeah.
Which, if you haven't seen it, is the evil European Union getting the Russians to occupy Norway and collaborating with the Russians. Well, as long as I have anything to do with the Polish government, Poland will not participate in the occupation of Norway.
Okay, good.
That's a deal.
But to follow up on that, this morning I had a discussion with Kaja Kallas and our Prime Minister on Europe as a security actor, where Kallas and also followed up on Mark Rutte last week that the EU should not be a defense union. How do you see it from Poland?
Well, here you're treading on my sensitive nerve, because this subject has been a pet subject for me for decades, actually. But it's a sorry story. After the wars of the Yugoslav succession, in which 200,000 plus people died, we decided at that time to create a European intervention force of between 40 and 70,000 people, and nothing happened. Then the British, when they were still members, devised this concept of battle groups. And theoretically, at any one time, there are 3 countries that are on standby and delegate a battalion each to a brigade-size unit, which theoretically could be used in some kind of emergency. But they've never been used because the 3 countries would have to agree simultaneously, because they would have to pay for it, because the risks would be disproportionately falling on them. And we've promised ourselves in the Lisbon Treaty to have a common foreign and security policy, which is mostly not observed. On anything important, the largest member states act unilaterally or jointly amongst themselves. We have had some EU military operations, but very marginal. So there was a strike on some Somali pilots 15 years ago. There were some peacekeeping missions in Africa, but very, very low level. When I was a member of the European Parliament, I was banging on about it all the time. You know, what has to happen? Does Putin have to invade Ukraine for all of you to understand that we should not be defenseless? And I think this question is becoming more relevant at a time when our American allies are telling us frankly, we do not have either the capacity or even perhaps the will to attend to 2 crises simultaneously around the globe, and you have to take better care of yourself. And we had a legal mechanism in the Lisbon Treaty. It was called Permanent Structured Cooperation in the Area of Defense. Yeah. Originally, Bernard Kouchner, the Foreign Minister of France, and myself, we proposed that we use it as an avant-garde method of getting together countries that are serious about defense, that are willing to pool their, to unify their rules of engagement, to really put their troops under unified command, to allow their citizens to serve in such a unit voluntarily, and for it to be under the authority of the Foreign Affairs Council, and for it to be funded from the EU budget. Because only then would you be tempted to use it. And of course it wouldn't be enough to deter Putin. But some warlord in Libya or some warlord in the Balkans, maybe. And it's I call it a European Legion, others call it, the bureaucratic term for it is a rapid reaction capacity. I think it's supposed to become operational this year, but I'll believe it when I see it.
But can I, if I may,
yeah,
because now
please.
that now there is Poland is already there, but there is a strong and I think quite realistic ambition by many countries, hopefully all, but at least by many, to have real significant defense spending increases in the coming years. That means much more money for defense. And one thing you take away from background as a defense minister is that money for defense can be spent smartly and not so smartly. So it's particularly important to be very strategic in how that new available money is being used. And here that is used, that there's more and that it actually gets bang for the bucks, which also has to do with development of defense industries, including in Europe, and that it is used smartly and that it's used together. Because this is really the time for not trying to have a myriad of copies of each other, but rather specialize more. That's much easier said than done, by all means. But I think this is really the time to think about that. And whether you call that European or transatlantic, it still has to happen in Europe. So that might be a new opportunity with a new degree of realism of Europe needing to be able to fight in a higher level of crisis before the Americans will come substantively to our assistance, even if they're allies.
In the last session, I got a question from the audience about a kind of Nordic nuclear deterrence due to the different situation with the United States and the doubt of the security guarantee. Is Poland discussing to acquire nuclear weapons?
No, we're not. First of all, because we are in the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, and secondly, because nukes have shown to be useless in the Russia-Ukraine war, and thirdly, because Iran shows you that whereas getting a nuclear weapon like North Korea is useful, it assures regime preservation and is a deterrence, getting from A to B is very dangerous, takes a long time, and can ruin your country and prove counterproductive.
A Nordic nuclear deterrence?
We're not planning to build a Norwegian nuclear weapon. No, but seriously, I mean, nuclear is integrated, and it's a very integral part of NATO's defense strategy. And the stronger the credibility of the US nuclear umbrella, the less countries will be inspired to make their own nukes. That's true in Europe, it's true in East Asia, for Japan and South Korea. So preserving the credibility, the relevance, credibility of the nuclear umbrella is essential, very, very high on the agenda. And frankly, there's not that much European. The French weapons are French. The UK might, in a sense, be European if the British want, but they're very American technologically anyway. So there isn't really, to be honest, very much of a European alternative to the umbrella. And NPT has to be remembered, and in the late 60s, people thought there would be 40, 50 nuclear states. It did not happen. And it's because of NPT and the US nuclear umbrella, because many of the potential candidates felt they didn't need to. So that's a strong argument that it's peaceful for the world to try to preserve US
and
umbrella.
to keep NATO in Article 5. But we don't know if it will be there in the future.
Russia has 6,000 warheads. Imagine the effort it would take to produce a response to that.
Sounds expensive.
But I would like to, Poland is a fast-growing economy and also a considerable military power use. It's spending almost 5% of GDP on defense.
Which doesn't tell you what our status is. So minus the nuclear deterrent, our defense budget in absolute numbers is now bigger than France's.
Yeah. Exactly. So what role do you foresee for Poland in shaping a future security order, be it a European-Canadian pillar inside NATO with some American contribution, or be it in different coalition of the willing, or looking long-term?
We are a peaceful democracy. We just want to be left alone.
Yeah, exactly. But your geography matters.
But unfortunately, one of our neighbors has redeveloped an imperialist state ideology. And therefore, we can't pretend that we don't notice it. And of course, we like NATO as it has existed historically, for common defense. NATO is likely to be more reduced in Europe, reduced perhaps to the nuclear umbrella, to strategic enablers. And our American allies are telling us that we have to provide most of the muscle on land. And this is what we're preparing for. So,
but more, I agree, but more European muscle can also be NATO.
Exactly.
So, the US presence might go down and be, predominantly the umbrella, but you can still do much of the European build-up inside NATO.
Although I have to say it's sometimes frustrating when you hear the US castigating us for not spending enough, and Poland has been spending 2% for 20 years. We are now at 4.8%. And it sometimes sounds as if the US is getting nothing in return. Hello, isn't Ramstein useful to the United States? Isn't the missile defense base in Poland useful to the United States? Remember, the great majority of the US defense budget is not spent on the defense of Europe.
Exactly.
It is, we don't have a global military empire. We need to spend enough not to be as good as the United States. We just have to be better than Putin.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
that's perfectly achievable.
Okay, yeah. We have to talk a little bit about Ukraine and our common efforts to secure a victory for the Ukrainians. We cannot come in the situation that the most experienced army in Europe fall in the hands of the Russians. Could you tell a bit about the Jomsborg cooperation? And you built it very fast this summer, the Camp Jomsborg. How is the cooperation functioning, and how is this contributing to deepening our cooperation, Sikorski and then Espen?
Well, we've leased a piece of Polish territory to Norway, and we're very glad that you are developing a training facility there, which hopefully will be useful when the coalition of the willing helps to preserve the peace in Ukraine. Let's be honest with ourselves. When the Russians invaded, very few of us thought that Ukraine would be able to sustain this for 4 years.
Exactly.
I mean, when you take a broad view, Ukraine overperformed. Europe and the United States also overperformed. You know, I thought we would stop with. I thought we would be lucky to get Russia cut off from SWIFT.
Yeah.
Actually, our sanctions have gone much further than that. If you'd asked me on the day of the invasion whether the United States would risk its sources to provide Ukraine strategic intelligence to deprive the Russians of a plausible casus belli, that was actually brilliant and brave. We also made some mistakes, I think, in 2023, when Ukraine was on the march. The then administration deterred itself from giving them more support to try to win the war. And in general, we have rather been in the frame of mind of helping Ukraine survive rather than giving them enough to win.
Yeah.
And this is why this war is taking so long.
Espen.
Indeed, and Kampionsburg is part of that, because that's where we help train the new Ukrainian brigades. And I think a key question now in the ongoing discussions about security guarantees, the most important guarantee is a guaranteed continued support for the Ukrainian army and military capacity in the long run. I mean, there are other elements to it, but the first deterrent has to be a continued strong Ukrainian military capacity, which might be a somewhat smaller in number than while you fight war. That's also for discussion, but which of course needs the capacity to not only defend but also be somebody you don't want to attack from Russia's side, and then everything else comes later. So to focus both on how to get to a ceasefire, but also what it's going to look like after that ceasefire and after an eventual peace is very high on our agenda. And we can never, you always, you have to get to the future, but you have to think about the future as well. Exactly. And there is an increasing amount of shared energy spent on thinking about what is the post-war status of Ukraine, how can we help them after the war, and how do we deal with Russia when they're not tied up in Ukraine any longer. And that thinking needs to happen now, because the final days and weeks of every war in history, a lot of things fall into place, for good or bad, and then you're stuck with them for decades. We know that from so many cases, and if you're not firm on what outcome you want, and it has to be more advanced than just stop the killing. I mean, that's a good goal, but that's not it. It has to be defendable, understandable, clear. There has to be, some surveillance. Somebody has to monitor, and you need to know what to do if it fails. Otherwise, it's not a real peace.
If I may just jump in, I'm really concerned about this, because if we have a ceasefire along the line of contact, that's not a natural border.
No.
Ukraine needs defensible borders at the end of this process, and the line of contact ain't it. And if that's where the armistice falls, it's a recipe for another war.
But looking at the different, the US involved in trying to get a ceasefire or a peace negotiations, I think that Europe is always acting reactive. Isn't it possible to get some initiative from the European side first?
I completely agree with you. President Trump likes to ask partners what cards they have.
Yeah.
And the last two cards that the US has is some intelligence sharing to do with targeting, plus sanctions.
Yeah.
We are now bankrolling the Ukrainian state, and we are paying for the war. And yet we have to sometimes beg the US to even be informed about the state of their negotiations. That's not how it should be.
No.
And it's important when Radek says we, that it's we Europeans, but frankly, it is from Poland and Germany and upwards where you see the big numbers. So we're proud of being one of the countries that contribute much, but I'm worried that we shouldn't be so big on the percentage, as on the total percentage, because there are other countries that are also affected. So again, we're closer to the conflict. Poland, Finland, Norway feel that this is very existential for us directly, but we need to share that with the broader crowd.
Let's end with some positive signs. Minister Sikorski invited in his speech new economic cooperation with Norway in new fields. Do you have something to come up with?
Well, we're cooperating. There are, I think there will be more news about concrete cooperation coming up in the course of the day, to say that first. But there's also, it's a very fast-growing partnership on all fronts, civilian and military. And Poland is a growing, I mean, many countries have benefited joining the EU. I don't really think anybody's benefited as much and as demonstrably as Poland. That has made it also a big market for us. And Radek said earlier today that we're compatible with, and this is also true for our economic partnership. So on all these things, there will be more.
Yeah, good.
But inside the framework of the EU/EEA, which means that we have a single market, and that single market is increasingly important to preserve. And we work with our close friends to remind them that the single market does not have 27 members, but 30. So please remember Iceland, Norway, and Liechtenstein every day when you get up in the morning. And that's always work in progress. Yeah.
And when people say they are half Scandinavian, we should accept them.
Bring it on. Yeah. There's space.
Your financial credibility is such that you don't need the safe instruments. But for us, it's important. It's 150 billion euros for reindustrializing Europe in the area of defense. And here we already have some important projects, and I am sure we will have more.
Yeah. Gentlemen, thank you very much for a very interesting discussion and reflecting so openly on where we stand in European security today, and particularly to Mr. Sikorski taking the time to come to Oslo to our conference. And I hope you have had good conversation with others as well. And safe flight back. Yes, then
thank you.
Give them a big hand.
Thank you.
So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. Boss is there. Yeah.
So, please be seated. When these two ministers leave the room, we are going to start a new discussion. Please let me introduce my good friend, Professor Ulf Sverdrup, who is going to moderate the next panel on how to deter Russia while carving out a future path for Ukraine. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you so much.
Good. Good. Well, actually, okay.
Thank you so much, Kate. I see the Polish foreign minister is leaving, and I must confess I have been visiting Hornsund, the scientific base of Poland in Svalbard. Not only is it an amazing place, but it probably has the best view also on Svalbard. It's beautiful of the mountains. So that is a testimony also to the linkages between Norway and Poland. Now we are having a small, short hour to discuss how to deter Russia while carving out a future path for Ukraine. And I'm joined here with an excellent group of experts to help us to discuss and enlighten us on this topic. Katarzyna Pisarska, she's a professor from Poland. She's the chair of the Warsaw Security Forum that Radek Sikorski talked so warmly about. And it's true, it's an excellent gathering. Great to have you here. And then Keir Giles, he's has a long and distinguished career as he calls himself a Russia explainer these days. And he has published a book in 2019 about Russia being at war with everybody, weaponizing everything. And more recently, a book on how to deter Russia and how to defend Europe. And then, last but not least, Arne Bård Dalhaug. He's a lieutenant general, retired, but he's a senior advisor in the Norwegian Atlantic Committee, as organizing this event. And many of you also know him as a distinguished and experienced expert on TV, helping to explain Norwegians about the developments in Ukraine. But we have had this so far during this very nice conference. We have discussed a bit about Norway, the Nordics. We talked about Europe. We talked about transatlantic challenges. We touched upon Ukraine, but today in this panel we're going to deal a bit more on Russia. So, Keir, I would like to turn it over to you first, because, you know, Keir is not only a Russia expert. Some of you might have listened to probably one of the best podcasts that came out last year. It's called War Games on Sky. If you haven't listened to it, download it. But after this session, it's 5 hours. And in that session, Keir is acting as Putin. He's the impersonation of Putin. So, Keir, can I ask you, if Putin had been watching the stream of this conference so far, or seen European media during the last few weeks, what would be his remarks, or what's going on in his mind when he reads what's going on in the transatlantic relationship during the last few weeks?
I think whoever Russia has delegated to report back on this conference, and whether you're sitting in the room with us now or watching the playback later, will probably say that Russia can continue to be fairly comfortable. Because at least this morning we heard a great deal more about NATO's problems than about solutions. We heard a lot more about what could or should be done than what has been done or even is being done. Leaving aside that whole question of how Europe should deal with Donald Trump's America, which I'm sure will come up again in the discussion, despite having been done to death this morning, it's as plain to see from Russia as it is from Europe that the divide in Europe is still alive and strong. The divide between those countries that are frontline states and don't need to be told to spend on their own defense, and the countries that are west and south of Warsaw, some of whom think that they have now bought off the United States with a promise of a more or less fictional 5% and can now go back to sleep. Either through working that figure through accountancy fudges, balancing budgets, moving things from one bucket to another, or by incremental increases of 1/10 of a percentage point of GDP per year, and looking for targets far, far in the future, which are far beyond when they're assessing Russia might be ready to test them. So in that respect, time is on Russia's side, especially because Russia can pick and choose the moment when it decides to agree to whatever ceasefire package is put on the table by the United States, meeting all of Russia's terms. Ukraine, of course, does not have the same luxury of time. And Russia can always drill deeper into what is actually being done about defense and resilience across Europe. They can compare the words and the actions in terms of security, in terms of preparing populations, in terms of tackling the shadow fleet or the clunker fleet, where, yes, this must be done, and then it continues to fail to happen. Not to mention all of the discussions we heard this morning about the input side of defense, spending, how much is actually spent on defense as opposed to what it buys. Now, even the 5% is not being used as an instrument of shame for those countries that appear disinclined to meet it, let alone the defense output, NATO's regional plans and the yawning gaps in them between what countries have promised and what they're actually delivering. So, sitting back in Moscow, I think Russia, for the time being, and Putin and those around him, can be relatively relaxed and can choose their moment to extract the maximum possible from an end to major combat operations in Ukraine in order to prepare themselves as best possible for their next move.
Just pick up on, so during the last year, we've seen the oil price drop quite significantly. There are more systematic attempts now to address the parallel fleet, or the dark fleet, or shadow fleet, or whatever you call it. You see that the Ukrainians have been quite successful in targeting different refineries and different elements. I mean, due to the sanctions, it's getting harder for Russia to repair their production facility, etc. So, according to some reports, at least, there's more pain and less revenues generated for the Russian. So what's your take on that aspect on it? Because you painted a picture of, well, Putin should be rather confident, but there are some signs that, of course, this is not a kind of easy switch on or off, but the pain of this war economically for Russia is also increasing. Not to touch upon the human costs he's imposing on his sons and daughters.
Well, let's separate out the short term and the long term. In the short term, yes, it is inconvenient that Ukraine is enjoying success in targeting some Russian refineries. Inconvenient rather than painful because of the sheer scale of the Russian oil refining industry and how little of it can be reached. But still, it's a successful strategy, and that's the reason why the United States constrained Ukraine from doing it up until the very end of the Biden administration. Does it hurt? Yes. Does it hurt a lot? No. Is there action against the parallel fleet, the shadow fleet? Well, we hear in the UK that after years of calls to do something about it, they finally found a legal justification for doing so down the back of a filing cabinet somewhere, which for a government of lawyers in my country ought to be all they need, but yet we don't actually see the action yet. I hope that may change. And I hope it may impose greater costs on Russia, forcing them to find another means of deriving that revenue from their oil exports. But I'm not, for the time being, holding my breath, given how difficult it has been to achieve any agreement on that so far. In the long term, it's a different picture for Russia's economy, for its demography, for the state of its country. All of those are going to be in a very dire state. The country is suffering permanent economic damage that will be irreversible over the long term, but this appears not to be of a concern to the current Russian leadership, because the messianism, the drive, the mission to restore the empire, the mission to rebuild the Russia of Putin's imagining, and let's not forget tens of millions of Russians with him, is more important than the long-term outcomes, it seems. So, in the long term, in so many ways, Russia is going to be a very much weaker state, but we need to survive the short and the medium term.
Okay, thank you so much. I should have said initially that, of course, you can join in on this discussion by using the Slido. And we talked between ourselves that Slido is actually an engagement killer rather than a facilitator. So if there's a microphone out there, and if you want to raise your hand and stand up, so let's bring the microphones on as well. Or Kate is shaking her hands, but I think we can give it a try at least. Anyway, Katarzyna, let's move on to the ongoing negotiations on a peace deal or ceasefire or whatever. It was supposed to be a new round in Abu Dhabi or today, but it's postponed, as I understood. And apparently over the weekend, the Americans met with the Russians, talking very promising discussions without the Ukrainians at the table. So, but how do you view the peace talks and the prospect for those as you see it from Warsaw and from being a European leader?
Absolutely. Thank you. And first of all, it's a pleasure truly to be here. As Minister Sikorski said, Norway is the partner country this year of the Warsaw Security Forum. So we have multitude of engagements this year with different partners, from the parliamentarians to civil society to think tanks such as the Norwegian Atlantic Council. It's a really pleasure to be here. And of course, we invite you back in October to Warsaw. Now, to answer your question, I think to understand these negotiations, and I think there's a general understanding of what's going on that is equally in-depth in Warsaw and in Kiev. So I think when I speak with my Ukrainian friends, I think they think pretty much the same as we see this in Warsaw. We make a number of assumptions that sometimes it feels the media don't want to make and the politicians are afraid to make, but you have to make when you look at these discussions and negotiations. And the first and the most important assumption is that in these negotiations, Trump favors Putin over Zelensky and favors Russia's point of view over Ukrainians. Yeah, and this is the starting point that you have to start from to even start understanding what's going on in negotiations. Second, Trump, of course, follows less so the US interest. I think we saw this in Greenland and other cases, much more so his own interests. whatever that interest, however you define it, whether it's an ego or financial gain that he sees the negotiations with the Russians, for him are really the real partners of these negotiations, as a larger deal. Ukraine is a sideshow to these negotiations, which has to be dealt with because the world expects him to deal with it, and he might get that Peace Prize Nobel if he does this right. But in reality, what's interesting for him is what the Russians have to propose to him and his entourage. Less so to the United States, because the Russians, as you know, have never been a major trading partner for the United States, and have, even in energy, more of a competition, has been more of a competition than really a collaborator for the United States. So that's what you have to understand on the American side. What you have to understand on the Russian side is that Russia believes that time favors not only Russia, but time favors authoritarianism. So that democracy is in decline. That's what Putin has been saying for years and years now. But what he sees in the last 2 years is a fast-forward movement to a completely different world. And he simply needs to outlast. He needs to outlast Ukraine. He needs to outlast Western political cycles. And in the meantime, maybe improve his negotiating position and test the West in these negotiations. So in that sense, he's not really serious about getting a permanent peace deal. What he wants is to see something tactical, reversible, ambiguous concessions, because he doesn't trust Trump, of course. He doesn't trust that whatever is going to be said at these negotiations is going to be delivered at the end. So whatever they promise, it has to be, he has to be able to reverse from that. If anything is a good indication, I think the 2015 Minsk II agreements were just that. There were a number of things we agreed with the Russians, they never delivered on them, and they agreed to it because they knew they could never deliver, and nobody could force them to deliver on these issues. So that is where the Russians are currently at. And last, where are the Ukrainians? Well, the Ukrainians, we know where they are. They are in a very difficult situation. They're trying to get some kind of security guarantees. They understand that these security guarantees will not be in any way ironclad. They're trying to test what is at all possible and how much they can engage the Europeans, of course, with the big wish that actually European troops, NATO troops, will find their boots on Ukrainian soil, which for Putin is completely unacceptable. That is one thing that would be game over for Putin if actually European peace troops would find themselves around Kiev, because that would go counter-narrative to everything he said to his population, that he's fighting the war to keep NATO out of Ukraine, out, away from the borders, and not back in. So Putin cannot agree for this. And last, where is Europe in this? Well, I think, and that's the good news, Europe is united in diagnosis of the situation. So we understand what's at stake, but we are not aligned on security threats, what you said. So there is, how much really risk are we willing to take to help Ukraine? Because I think, majority of Europe agrees we have to help Ukraine. But how much risks are we willing to take? How much initiative are we willing to take? That differs very much from country to country. So this is where we are in negotiations. What we should be doing, I'm happy to say later, because for the sake of the discussions, but I think only if you have this in mind, you understand one and the only thing. These negotiations are not going anywhere in terms of a durable peace. We have to prepare for the long term and somehow prepare Ukraine for the long term.
Yeah, so to me it seems that like the Ukrainians have one plan A, is basically to play along with the negotiations and try to be as constructive as possible and to give away actually very painfully concessions, but of course with some firm red lines on the Donbass and on the security guarantees. And then you have the plan B, that this will just fall apart and there will be no successful. So, but listening to you, almost like they should switch around. So the plan B is basically the plan A.
Well, again, if you speak with people in Kiev, that is their thinking.
Yeah.
Even if you speak about it with people on the streets, only 15% of Ukrainians believe that this is going to succeed. 15%. There's no hope that these negotiations will go anywhere, especially that it's clear that the main issue, so giving up Donbas, giving up the fortifications, basically means giving the only security guarantees that Ukraine currently has. The fortifications in Donbas are the security guarantees for. So what would you replace it for? For what exactly? I mean, how much would we have to promise and deliver for the Russians, for the Ukrainian soldiers to actually decide to leave these fortifications? I think, mentally for Ukrainians, that would have to be something incredible. And Zelensky has said this many times, he will not do anything without public support. Anything, and especially giving up land, moving around. He talked about referendums and so on, and that is not there. And neither, that's a different story, the state of mind of the Russian and Ukrainian societies. Both are also, although the Russians actually today seem to, the society is fatigued with the war, would like to see a resolution, but without giving up any land, just freezing the border. The Ukrainian society also wants this to end, but is not willing to give away anything more than it already had lost.
Okay, thank you so much. You touched upon, you brought up several issues that we need to come back to, also to European cohesion, etc. But I want to bring in Arne Bård as well. So, from your perspective as a military expert following the battlefield also in Ukraine and the situation, could you give an assessment, an overview of how are things unfolding in Ukraine now? We heard from Radosław Sikorski that it's quite amazing to see the endurance and the strength of the Ukrainians, how successful they have been for not only 4 years, but for 12 years in trying to fight back on the Russians. So, but how do you see it now, after weeks and months of systematic attacks on energy infrastructure from the Russian side, etc.?
Yes, thanks a lot, Ulf. I'm slightly concerned that I have to admit that I basically see the world like you do when it comes to the peace negotiations and everything. And if I may address a few words on where I think I see these negotiations going, I will do that first, and then I will briefly comment on how I view the battlefield situation. I think it's just that, I mean, as I said, I do agree a lot with what you said, and I think it's one thing we should be aware of is that it's very evident to me that the United States never pursued an outcome to the war that would reinforce international norms or the principles of international law. And I think that's quite important, because all proposals advanced by Trump have basically accepted that Russia may seize territory from a neighboring state and makes it its own. And I think that's a really bad assumption to start with, but that's where all the peace talks have started. Basic problem with the one that's now also on the table is that the Europeans, the Ukrainian, and the US has reached some kind of agreement that is, in a way, acceptable to Ukraine and also acceptable to the United States and also to Europe, of course. The problem with all these so-called negotiations is that there is never a plan to put enough pressure on Russia to make them give up on the maximalist political objectives of subjugating Ukraine and just take away the sovereignty from Ukraine. That's basically what they are looking for. And of course, the problem is that the present draft of the peace agreement, or whatever we like to call it, is that it's viewed as not acceptable from Moscow. They have been very much clear about that. And so I agree to the fact that I don't see that these negotiations are going anywhere. And of course, I mean, if Ukraine were to concede Donbas, it would also entail the loss of terrain of considerable strategic military importance. And normally also when these issues are discussed, we don't discuss how much freedom does Putin have to end the war. I mean, Putin needs very much a convincing victory. That is obvious that Russia won the war. There must be no questions in the aftermath of the war if it was worth taking all the losses. And that's important to understand. Putin has for sure never envisaged an end to the war with an agreement that would actually constrain the freedom of maneuver for Russia vis-à-vis Ukraine. I mean, just imagine if you look at this from Moscow, and every now and then I feel like Putin's spokesperson on these issues. I mean, the optics of the war, I mean, you should remember it has produced 2 new NATO members. That's directly against all what Putin wanted in December 2021. It's left roughly, if you accept where the front line is now, 80% of Ukraine will still be under Kyiv's control and oriented towards the west. The war has inflicted enormous Russian losses for minimal strategic gain. Resulted, it could, on Western troops on the ground. I mean, unsurprisingly, that's viewed as a catastrophe from Moscow's perspective. This is how the proposed settlement looks from Moscow, even if it's tilted quite a bit in the Russian favor. So, I mean, if you view it through a lens like this, it becomes apparent that you really will have to use the most forceful measures to make Russia accept some compromise, because this really doesn't look good. And this is the kind of agreement right now that I don't think Putin will actually be able to live with. I mean, the survival of the regime could very well be at stake if it doesn't end up with a good enough agreement. So the best way, of course, forward is to see to it enough support to Ukraine to put a lot more pressure on Russia. And so how is the war going?
Arne, so
Yes.
we stop there and we return to the, because I want to take in care on this, on the peace agreement. So what we hear from Arne is that, well, Russia is not ready to give anything in the peace negotiations, and also the same we hear from Katarzyna. So, and you also said that initially that Russia is probably in a feeling that in a pretty good situation. Then the question is then, how can we, the West, help to support Ukraine in order to achieve more pressure and to change some of the facts on the ground, or change the situation? And as part of that, also, what kind of vulnerabilities do you see in the Russian economy, in the Russian system, that could kind of change the Russian configuration or outlook then?
Well, Arne pointed out that Russia is not going to accept a ceasefire, that will not allow it to violate the ceasefire or to restart the conflict at any time. And that's completely correct. He also said that the war continues because the coalition backing Ukraine, led by the United States, has not decided to end it, has not decided to intervene to bring it to an end on the basis of the international norms that we all say we subscribe to. Of course, that goes both ways, because both coalitions supporting each side in this war, the coalition supporting Ukraine, the coalition supporting Russia, have decided not to intervene.
To significantly change the course.
To decisively intervene so that it brings it to an end, as opposed to keeping both sides fighting for as long as possible, for very different interests, whether you are China or the United States. So the wild card that has been introduced with the arrival of Donald Trump has, in effect, rescued Russia by extending the period for which they could keep this going. But at the same time, it could come to a very sudden end in an unexpected manner if it were Ukraine, not its coalition, but Ukraine itself, that decided that Russia had finally succeeded in making life in its cities unsustainable, and therefore it had to accept whatever terms were dictated with the facilitation of Donald Trump. That is not going to happen to Russia soon. It will take far, far longer for that impact, that attrition, that devastating damage to actually influence Russia's decision-making calculus, particularly because they have the kind of support from their coalition backers that are actually meaningful. Manpower from North Korea precisely when it's needed. Support from China to keep the defense industry going. The reluctance or refusal of Europe to throttle the income that comes from the shadow fleet. All of these help keep Russia going at a time when all of the pressure is on Kyiv to surrender. But just in case you thought we were all going to just sit here agreeing with each other all of the time, I'm just going to pick up on one thing that...
yeah, please throw in some disagreements as well.
Yeah, Katarzyna said we have conceptual understanding among us in Europe about the nature of this ceasefire. I don't think that's quite true. We do on this stage, and
on
possibly
the threat of
in
Russia,
this room.
On the threat of coming,
On
not the
very
ceasefire.
good. Okay,
sorry,
that's good. That's good. Because the threat of Russia, yes, people have understood that, and Putin has been the greatest friend of people like me who've been trying to point out for 20 years that Russia is a problem because they finally demonstrated it. But in terms of the ceasefire, it often seems that we are engaging in a collective hallucination, that there is a meaningful peace process that will lead to a viable ceasefire, and that in turn will make Europe more safe, not less safe. All of these things are demonstrably untrue, and yet we play along with them. And I think the reason comes down to the Plan A and Plan B that you referred to. It's not just Ukraine, but Europe that has a Plan A and a Plan B. Plan A is to play along with Trump's United States, to pretend that relations are normal, to play into this pretense at a peace process, this pantomime, in order to keep the relationship with the United States on track without pointing at its contradictions. Plan B, of course, is to prepare for when that pretense is no longer sustainable, and there is the rupture of which we've heard so much. Just as Plan B for Ukraine is to prepare for when this whole process falls through and they are on their own. We'd like to see a lot more evidence that that Plan B is actually happening and that we are not just hoping for the best, but also preparing for the worst.
Yeah, so, but here, aren't we already on this Plan B scenario in the sense that, okay, US has basically stopped paying for the war, did that almost a year ago. They still supply weapons, but as I understand it, the price is increasing. Europe is paying for the money, for most of it. And also the Europeans, as I understand it, is much more involved in the logistics, etc. The Americans are playing a less important role in doing that. Of course, the US is contributing with intelligence and other very important contributions and surveillance. But I saw this report where Macron said that, hey, the French are contributing also with a significant part of the intelligence.
But not the targeting.
Not the targeting. So, but this idea between the Plan A and Plan B that Keir touched upon, what do you think about this?
If I meant Plan B for Europe, not for Ukraine. Plan B for Europe if and when it becomes clear that the reliance on the shared interest that we heard so much about this morning is not enough to keep the United States.
So what's the Plan B then?
I hope there is one.
Okay, so we don't...
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
But so, because this, you touched upon this, Katarzyna, about European support, European homogeneity, political support, commitment to actually really supporting Ukraine. Where do you see it heading? Also in Poland, you have been very strong supporter of Ukraine, but at the same time on the political right in many European countries, you see that support for Ukraine is fading. We heard it in the discussion between Espen, Barth, Eide and Radosław Sikorski that, well, some countries in the northern eastern part are much more eager to fund Ukraine than the others, etc. So where do you see it moving? Is it because there's a failure of recognition of the situational awareness? So if we update our picture, then we will invest in Ukraine, or have we lost the commitment and willingness to actually do what it takes?
Well, there's so many things to unpack here, but if you're asking me about public views in Europe, I think they are not shifting one or the other direction. They're fluctuous. So you have moments when it seems that, you know, Europe is tired of supporting Ukraine and people don't want to hear about this anymore. And then the far right comes in, why are we paying money, and so on and so forth. And then you have situations like right now when people see the images coming from Kiev, people living in their houses when there's, you know, +5, +7 apartments. And you see that shift of attitudes again happening, and again interest, and again people fundraising and so on. I would say rather, knowing how people's span attention is short, that 4 years of the type of engagement of European countries in general in this war shows that we understood that this is about us. Yes, and even if not all of Europeans understand this, the majority of elites today understand this. And this is also why Vladimir Putin today and the Russian propaganda considers Europe as the main enemy. There's no longer talking about the US and Trump. There's no longer talking even about NATO. If you watch Russian TV, and I have to unfortunately do this from time to time, then you hear the Europe. Yes, that this is the biggest problem, the broken, bad, corrupt Europe that has tried to wage a war against Russia. So even the Russians understand that this has been, you know, a really sustained effort on our behalf. Are we doing enough? Absolutely not. And of course, you all know here, we mentioned it many times, there's so many other things we should be doing, starting from economic pressure, you know, seizing the shadow fleet, and the fact that the Americans did it so wildly around Venezuela gave us a free card. The Russians were really afraid of this. If the Americans can do this to us without even consulting us taking over, then the Europeans will see this as a pretext. And we're seeing this, but now we have to act upon this. State frozen assets, Russian state frozen assets. Well, luckily we did froze them indefinitely now, but we're still not using them. They are our trump cards. They're a very important card that also will show Russia whether Europe is really determined, because the price we might pay for using these frozen assets is tangible, is important. But we can do much more on the military, helping Ukraine actually with weapon deliveries. If you listen to President Zelensky, the main thing he's saying the last 2 weeks is that everything is coming with delay. Everything is coming with delay. They would not be in such a situation today with Kiev if everything were on time for the air missile defense shield that they've created. And last, and this is something that politicians don't want to hear, is the political support. And the political support is not only saying, yes, we support Ukraine, but actually creating a sustainable and fast path to EU membership. To EU membership. Yes, and then you hear EU membership and all the politicians are like, oh, that's so complicated. Yes, Merkel saying, well, that's not going to happen in a fast track. How can Ukrainians survive knowing that the reason that actually they started the Euromaidan in 2014, so being part of Europe, being part of United Europe is not available, is not on the table, is not something that they have a living horizon to. So all these things there can be done and should be done. And that also requires educating our populations, telling every time over and over again why this is our war. Not only saying it's our war, but why and what type of consequences we will bear. And my only fear when we talk about Plan B, because I also don't know what Europe's Plan B is, but my only fear is that the only Plan B is the one that will happen not when Trump actually ditches completely the peace process in Ukraine, but once something really bad happens in Ukraine. So there is a breakthrough and a success of the Russians on the front. There is, you know, an expected movement of the Russian troops towards Kiev and so on. And God forbid, the Ukrainians actually starting to lose this big time when we see that the Russians have a standing chance to politically take over Kiev. I think that is the only time where European politicians will have to sit down and say, are we willing to fight and die on the Ukrainian side, knowing that we are really next? That will be the moment when politicians in Poland will have to ask themselves, are we willing to send Polish troops and fight there instead of in 2 years fighting here? Yeah? And this, I fear, is the Plan B. that politicians don't realize that they are actually sleepwalking into when they don't do what has to be done today to help Ukraine.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you so much. Now you presented a list of what to do and also consequences of not doing, so to say. But we have presented a picture, you have presented a picture of Russia being basically unaffected, or Putin not unaffected somehow of the situation. But right before Christmas, or was it around the first week of January, Gideon Rachman in the Financial Times wrote a small piece, and he said, according to some reports, Russia lost close to 30,000 soldiers in December alone, whereas the Ukrainians they're losing at the rate of 1 to 25. 1 to 25. Right, so 25 times more Russians than Ukrainians are being killed. So now you have this question that I initially asked you about the dynamics at the battlefield. So can you help us to explain a bit about how Ukraine have been able to deter Russia, or to stop with this new technological, let's say, kill zone being established there, that is not so dense in human resources, but apparently for Russia, you have to they have to push in a lot of human resources and unfortunately kill them by trying to progress. And after all, they have not been that successful in progressing in Ukraine, although they inflict a lot of harm. The kind of distance carried is quite limited. Or
yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree with you. First, 2 or 3 comments to what I've just heard from my compatriots here. In my view, I mean, Europe does not actually agree on the seriousness of the Russian threat. And why do I think that? The problem is that if you look at the numbers coming out of the Kiel Institute, you will see that for 2025, this is the year since the very beginning where Ukraine has got far less money than before. We should also be aware that about half of NATO's countries have not been given anything to Ukraine in 2025, including, as we have mentioned, the United States, which of course is affecting, among other things, all the missiles coming through the air defense systems in Ukraine. Because as Zelensky has said, the launchers are empty. There are no missiles there, or they are arriving way too late. So this downward trend of giving money to Ukraine, buying stuff for Ukraine, is directly seen in the damage caused on the electricity grid and everything that we can read about in the media. And of course, seen from the Russian perspective, you can also read the numbers from the Kiel Institute. So in my mind, there is not a coherent opinion in Europe that Russia is such a magnificent threat. I mean, it's widely different living in Spain compared to living in Lithuania, for example. Okay, having said that, and also the other issue is that I think it's been pretty clear ever since at least late 2022 that Russia is not going to accept any kind of peace agreement that will put in doubt if Russia won the war or not. That has to do with the regime survival of Putin. Putin cannot accept the kind of peace agreement or ceasefire or whatever that could possibly raise a discussion about if the decision to go to war and pay all this tremendous cost was worth it. And that could actually destabilize the regime. Then let's go to the battlefield. I think that the numbers are pretty much correct. Russia has suffered tremendous losses over the last year, actually. On a monthly average, around 30,000 killed or seriously wounded. And that also actually explains why the last 20% of the Donetsk region is so important to Russia. I mean, if you make the assumption that Russia will, based upon the progress they have on a monthly basis, it will take at least 1 year, maybe more, to take this area, the last 20%. Of course, Putin will prefer that Trump will hand that over to him for no cost. That would be a great solution. I mean, diplomacy can sometimes deliver what your military cannot deliver. That's what he's hoping for. But if you make a prediction on the casualties, taking those 20%, and say that they will not advance any quicker than they've done so far, that means at least 1 year, maybe more, and they will still lose at least 30,000 a month. We are up to between 400,000, 500,000 casualties to take the last 20%. Of course, you prefer Trump to hand that to you. And I think it's fair to say that Ukraine has really established quite a good defense line as we see it today. We should remember that if we go back to November 2022, the front line has not moved very much. It's been pretty stable. And since the drone warfare, the minefields, the obstacles and all that basically have eliminated traditional maneuver from the battlefield. Read mechanized forces taking new land quite quickly. We are back to a slow progress with infantry that is causing a tremendous amount of casualties on the Russian side. And that's what we see is happening. That's why we have this 25-1 in some of the months that we have behind us. Will this be sustainable in the long run? Putin seems to think so. If you ask Ukrainian officers, they don't think Russia can sustain that for, eternity. So add that, as I agree to what has been said about the Russian economy, this is the first year, I think it's fair to say, that you can clearly see that the sanction and the cost of the war is taking a heavy toll on the Russian economy. So I'm sure that if you are in Moscow, they are not opening new bottles every evening of expensive champagne either. First of all, it's not that much to celebrate, and the other problem is, of course, you don't have money to buy it anymore. So it is a situation, I think, that if we push Russia, if we really, really start to support Ukraine the way we should, it's possible to, at the end of the day, to get an acceptable compromise for kind of future peace, or at least ceasefire arrangement.
Okay, thank you. So, let me switch the topic of the conversation slightly, because, Keir, your argument, initial argument, is that both Russia and Ukraine have a coalition behind them, somehow supporting them. And we talked slightly about the shadow fleet and the oil economy. I've worked a bit on the shadow fleet, and it's really difficult to find a way of approaching that topic. Insurance, yeah, but there are lots of topics that we shouldn't open that thing. But I recognize this, it's interesting to see that there's more sanctions on that, and there's more being done then on the coalition supporting Ukraine. But I'm just curious on the coalition supporting Russia. Because for NATO, for quite some time, there's been this standard saying that China is the ultimate enabler, strategic enabler for Russia. And what we call sanction and shadow fleet is for China, to some extent, a discount mechanism. So they get access to cheaper energy and cheaper... how do you see China's view on Russia and the Ukraine war? You said that up to now they've said that, yeah, let's refrain from using nuclear weapons, but apart from that, you're comfortable.
Absolutely. Where Russia has the luxury of time in the short term, China has the luxury of time in the long term. They can sit and wait while Russia destroys itself and then pick up the pieces. And in the meantime, the cheap energy the increasing concessions that they are taking from Russia on a daily basis, things that we weren't expecting to happen in that relationship with China, between China and Russia, for another 10, 15 years. The trajectory was clear: China stronger, Russia weaker, but we didn't think it would happen so soon, that they would be putting demands on Russia that they are now. The war has accelerated that process, and that will continue to happen. So eventually, there will come a point at the time of China's choosing where it can demand something from Russia that Moscow will find distinctly uncomfortable. But China can sit back and wait until Russia cannot do anything about it, rather than precipitate.
But your prime minister, he visited China recently, Keir Starmer. Not the European leaders fly to Beijing. So if you're writing a memo to them, say, okay, what should they bring up with President Xi in the relationship with Ukraine? What should they say to President Xi and expect, and what kind of pressure or leverage should they put on him in order to maybe reflect a bit more on the support they're giving to Russia?
Sadly, the chances of Keir Starmer reading a memo from any of us in this room, some of whom have written quite a few, are very, very slim, because he would not want to read what we have to say. Given the current British government's absolute determination to trade away any leverage it has in international relations whatsoever. What should have been said a long time ago was explaining how China's interest is not, in fact, served by continuing to foster the destabilization that the war on Europe will eventually bring. But instead their interests lie elsewhere. But that too has been traded away. Any leverage that there could have been in trying to persuade China to be a more constructive partner internationally, I think has now long gone.
I think we have some competition there at the back.
Yeah.
You want to share with us?
Okay, so
yeah.
okay, so somebody having a busy.
No, but if I may only, add just one thing on China, we need to remember that whatever we as Europeans or the United States would do, China is not getting out of bed with Russia anytime soon. They have a long-term strategic interest in at least 3 areas. First, weakening U.S. leadership. Second, making sure that Western unity basically dissolves, and last but not least, creating some kind of alternative economic structures to the Western world. And that has been, a very clear line that Beijing has pursued, and Russia and the war, but specifically the Russian regime, is helping in all 3 areas. And if you understand this, there's not much you can offer to China to change its mind, because China has understood that a strong West, a strong America, is not in its best interest and is doing everything to counter that. Of course, that doesn't mean we can't do anything at all. If you see the recent data coming out of export-imports on gas, actually the secondary sanctions that the Trump administration has started to not even implement but slowly kind of suggest on China actually have had some impact. So it's not like the Chinese are willing to take the economic cost for this war, and they're definitely not willing to take the security cost of this war. So they have really good, a very good situation in which, in relations with Russia, especially on the oil and gas front, they can decide on the price of the products they're buying, on the terms of delivery, on whether to build or not build, invest or not invest in infrastructure, but they bear no security costs of this war. So, this is also not a deal for Russia that is a beautiful deal, and the majority of elites actually in Moscow understand this, but they simply have no other alternative.
Okay, so I see we're getting closer to the end of this session. So it's always a bit depressing to discuss the situation in Russia. Of course, it's rather dim, but the heroic efforts by the Ukrainians. We have to make sure that we, as you said, that we get our priorities straight, do the action, do the support that is necessary now. So can we try to encourage you all towards the end now for kind of a final round to say, okay, in 2026, what is it that you would like to see? Not only kind of something very wishful or hopeful, but some elements that you think are pointing us in the right direction. Where we are heading and where there are reasons to be optimistic, and what you are in particular looking for. Should I start with you, Arne?
Yes, thanks. I'm not so sure if I'm that optimistic about 2026, unfortunately. But what I would really like to see happening, and what, I mean, it's realistic. I mean, much more European countries could actually financially support Ukraine a lot more than we are doing today. And I mean, we can sweet talk about whatever we like, but at the end of the day, it boils down to money. Money buys weapons that Ukraine need. Money sees to it that the Ukrainian society is functioning, and so on and so on. And we should remember, as I said a few minutes ago, that in 2025, a lot of European countries have hardly contributed with anything, or very close to anything. So the most effective thing we could do is to support Ukraine a lot more. And you really didn't have to pay that much more if each and every country just chipped in a reasonable amount of support for Ukraine. That's what I would like to see happening. But for that to happen, we need to start pointing fingers more strongly at those countries not paying very much or not paying anything at all. And for the time being, the United States is not paying anything. Everything that comes out of the US is paid for by Europe. That's a cold fact.
And Arne, in addition, we could add that paying now is much cheaper than paying a lot later. But
definitely.
Yeah. Well, we have the money. We have 200 billion state-frozen Russian assets. Give it into a fund. The fund, if you want, can be managed by the European Commission or a committee of all member states or whatever else you want to, and give it to Ukraine for the weapons and for sustaining the country. That gives 2.5 or maybe even 3 years for Ukraine to survive. That's a perspective that changes the political calculus for Putin. It's a completely different situation in which he's thinking, oh, next year Le Pen is going to win in France. I got them. Game over. Yeah? He's willing to sustain, one more year waiting for the next election in a big country that's going to change the political situation. He is not willing, however, to sustain, a situation in which his own money is going to Ukraine for at least 2.5 years with no political strings attached. Yes, whatever happens in the European political cycle, that is not going to change it. So that is number one. Second, I said it once, I said it again, the oil and the gas is the key. Yes, I mean, tighten up the sanctions. The Commission is coming up with great ideas, but they're coming up with these ideas 2 years too late. Yeah, we hear them in every package. There's a better idea how to do this. It is bringing results. I remind you that the projected GDP growth of Russia today is 0.6%. 0.6. Yes, the bonanza of the big defense industry is over. Yes, for Russia. So Russia is also running out of time economically. But it can sustain a year, 2, but it cannot sustain long-term help for Ukraine. So if we don't do these things, then might as well we can prepare, for a much larger war in the perspective of 2 to 5 years.
Care, time is running out, but you should also be allowed to have a perspective on 2026.
Arne is right, this question is a trap. Every time I am asked, I am demanded to give a forecast that is optimistic, that turns out to be the one place where I get it completely wrong. What could we hope for, though? What could we hope for?
Yeah.
The emergence of a plan B. which is Europe finally taking an interest in its own defense, but finding a means not of replacing those American capabilities that may or may not still be available, but instead finding a means of standing on their own 2 feet without them. Now, we heard just in the last session, it is not that we have to be as powerful as the United States, we just have to be more powerful than Putin in order to demonstrate to Russia that the costs and consequences of further military adventurism would be more than the benefits. That's all that's required. So an innovative solution to find means of deterring Russia using new technologies, which are already available, under the leadership of that part of Europe to which people from my country have given up our own government, look for leadership, namely the Nordic and Baltic region, galvanizing Europe to understand that it is at a moment of historic choice, and the consequences of getting the choice wrong are catastrophic.
Excellent, thank you so much. Keir Giles, Katarzyna Pisarska, Arne Bård Dalhaug. Thank you so much. I should say that we now have a 30-minute coffee break, and please resume back then, and top of the hour. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Great to meet you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats for the final session of the day. Thank you.
Heard there will be a
For the next panel, Response from a Strategically Fragmented Europe, please welcome on stage Barbara Kunz, Senior Researcher and Director of the European Security Program at Stockholm International Peace Research Institute.
Well, thank you very much, and welcome to this last panel of the day, which is about strategic fragmentation. And what we will try to do in this panel is figure out how Europe can overcome strategic fragmentations. As we've heard all through the day, the challenges are massive, and so are the insecurities and the uncertainties. But to maybe inject a little bit of optimism in this debate that we will be having here, I would like to point out that two of the factors that used to be the main dividing factors in the European security debate now show us that there is more convergence among Europeans than there used to be. The first such dividing line was, of course, threat perception, and we've just heard in the previous panel that there still are very different threat perceptions. But I would argue that maybe the differences now pertain more to intensity than to the very substance of the threat perceptions, because I do think that we have a consensus in Europe that Russia is a threat, at least a very broad consensus as compared to what we had maybe 10 years ago. And the second dividing factor in the European security debate used to be what analyses capitals had about the most likely future trajectory of the transatlantic relationship, and the question whether the United States would remain a reliable partner in the future. Where also now, this is much less of a heated debate than it used to be, although, I mean, again, the intensity maybe in the conclusion drawn are different. So against the backdrop, and perhaps also thanks to Trump and Putin, who helped Europeans overcome some of these differences, which is, of course, a cynical way. But I mean, again, in sort of from the very narrow perspective of European cohesion, I think these developments have helped. What we want to discuss on this panel is, again, how can we overcome the fragmentations that we still have? And in order to do so, we, of course, have a very distinguished panel with great experts with us. And so I would like to welcome you all to the stage, please. Wherever you like. Welcome, and to just briefly introduce everybody who you can see here, I will start here. We have Stine Renning, who is the director of the Danish Institute of Advanced Study and a professor of war studies at the University of Southern Denmark. We have Bruno Tertrais, who's the deputy director of the Fondation pour la Recherche Stratégique in Paris. We have Karl Heitzkamp, who's an associate fellow with the German Council on Foreign Relations, or DGAP as it's known in German. And then we have Rob Johnson, who is the director of the Changing Character of War Center at the University of Oxford. So we have an E3 panel with a guest from the Nordics. And I very much look forward to what you all have to say, and we will keep an introductory round here that will be very E3 focused. But before we start with that, maybe Stine, if I can turn to you and put on both the Nordic but also a NATO hat. Mm-hmm. How realistic is all this talk about Euro-NATO, as it was called this morning, European pillar of NATO, all of that, especially from the perspective of a smaller NATO member state?
Well, thank you, Barbara, and thank you for the invitation to be here from the Norwegian Atlantic Committee. It's a very great pleasure to be here. Of course, my take on this is that we simply don't know what Europe will become, a Europeanized defense option. But I'm convinced that if it happens, it will happen within NATO. So the current NATO we've had for 75 plus years is going, and something new may come about. We could still call it NATO, but it would be different. If that does not happen, the alternative, the plan B that history has in store for us, is really Europe's return to balance of power politics, and that I think you can all gather will not be preferable. So. I think when we address the question, and I'll get to the small state view, but when we address the question, we have to say, what is the nature of change, and how can the Europeans deal with it? And I think just to start with the basics, we have to be very clear that the U.S. is changing, and this is not just about Trump. It's not going away at the midterm elections. It's not going away when there's a new presidential elections. The terms of engagement have changed. And I think we see it in the way most clearly. It could have happened in Greenland. We'll probably talk Greenland tomorrow, I think. But look at the way the US has approached Ukraine. There was a very strong Allied consensus on how to approach Ukraine, but Trump has said there's no irreversible path for Ukraine to NATO membership. That was a NATO consensus point. No weapons for Ukraine, no sanctions on Russia, no isolation of Putin. All of this is breaking NATO consensus on an issue that is very clearly of absolute critical essence for Europe. And so we get to this, do you show up, as the former panelists were saying. If that is in doubt, NATO is changing. And if you have, as the Prime Minister was saying, if you have the weaponization of economic policy, that is also a change of alliance policy. So there is change, and we have to look it into the eyes. The second point I'd like to make is that change has already come to Europe as well. If I were to put words to what is happening in the US, it is an era of nationalism. And American nationalism has an ugly side to it. And it's the same thing in Europe. We are living through an era of nationalism, and it's not always pretty. And this debate between the political center and the fringes, where nationalism becomes more unhinged, is very vivid in Europe. The battleground, are typically a culture war or identity politics. It centers on immigration typically, but it's all deteriorating our geopolitical compass. It's diminishing our ability to lead on security and defense issues. And I think it's for this reason, because nationalism is directing the US in new directions, and it's interfering with our political compass in Europe. I think it's for this reason we see the leaders, and we saw it in the panels, both the Prime Minister and the High Representative and the foreign ministers. They are, in essence, saying that institutions are not the answer. Institutions are not the answer. They are like Elvis. They have left the building. They are working by flexible formats in coalitions, signal diplomacy, to recreate an engine of leadership. They are not working the European Council or the North Atlantic Council. They are working their friends, their networks, their flexible formats. Sometimes we call it E3, sometimes we call it Nordic-Baltic Cooperation, sometimes we call it the NB8, sometimes we say NB8+, that's Poland, NB8++, then Germany is on board. There are all kinds of formats. The Weimar Triangle. This is the reality. This is where European leadership is. And this is a leadership in Europe that is searching for a new way to anchor Europe's direction because the institutions are too slow. That's what the Prime Minister was saying. And because nationalism is tearing at our buildings and our politics. So where does that leave us? A few observations. One, all this talk about 5% is clearly not the answer. It's a means to an end. It's important. We have to spend money on defense. But money on defense is always a means to an end. And what is the end? Again, institutions are not going to provide the answer. So you don't look to NATO policy, you don't look to EU policy, you got to look elsewhere. And so that gets to your, finally I get to the core of your question. Where's this European pillar going to come from? And I think I would point to three components, and I think it's all going to be vague, but it's all going to grow out of NATO and hopefully be anchored in NATO. But I think component number one, and all these components, they speak to the other panelists, and then they can run with it. But component number one will be a reconfiguration or reform of the NATO nuclear planning group. That's where you get the high end of deterrence, nuclear weapons. How do you get France and Britain to play a more prominent role in this, and how do you get other allies on board to socialize them into what does nuclear deterrence mean for Europe? You have to have that conversation. It has to be anchored. It has to be a conversation of transition from an all-American to a more Europeanized option. Second, the flanks are important in Europe, the Mediterranean, the high north, the Arctic, but the core of European security still today is the old east-west axis that points into Ukraine. If we can't manage that, then we're in a really bad place. And so, very critically for Europe, we need conventional leadership that can project conventional power into Eastern Europe for reassurance and deterrence. And that is not going to be France and Britain. They're part of the equation, but it's going to be Germany, first and foremost. The center of gravity of conventional reassurance has moved from west to center. So that will have to be a German re-engagement with what it means to be a Western power as in 1955. And finally, and this is where the small countries come in, I think we're back to 1948 when it comes to NATO. Before NATO came into being, it was imagined by Europeans with the Brussels Pact, setting up terms of engagement that the US could relate to and somehow choose to engage. The Brussels Pact countries are the Nordic, Baltic, +++. Poland, Germany, Britain, France. Whatever will happen in NATO and grow out of NATO in terms of a new engine, getting Elvis back into the building, will come out of this group of countries. Those are the countries that are willing to pay and play. And I think we should worry less about what will this look like in terms of organization. That's a typical European preoccupation. We should worry about why they're doing it. Can they give meaning to the idea of a European defense option? Because if it doesn't have meaning, we're not in the end going to be able to mobilize resources for it or sustain public support for it. And this is where the small countries come in, the Danes and the Norwegians and so forth. We have muscle, a little bit, but we also have imagination. And we need to be part of the dialogue with these gentlemen and their countries, giving meaning to why we should have a European defense option. And it cannot be nostalgia. It cannot be, it was so nice in the past. It has to be forward-looking. And it cannot be post-national, as Europe has always been. Let's do it in the EU and it'll be a peace project. Or, another thing Europeans are good at, it's anti-American. Because the Americans are crazy. We're reasonable. Those are dead ends. The imagination will have to be, why do we need European power for the sake of European order? But this is where it is. Back to the Brussels Pact, 1948.
Right. Thank you very much. Well, Sten just mentioned that we need to anchor the direction and that the formats are likely not going to be the existing institutions to provide that direction. So that brings me directly to you, Rob. Does the UK have a vision to provide this direction? And if it does have a vision, does it have the means to live up to this vision?
Well, that's a nice, challenging question. First of all, I want to say thank you, not only for this amazing conference and the wonderful people you get to meet here, but also for the tree which you send from the people of Norway to London, which I go and admire every Christmas. And Sten quite rightly talked about dates, and of course that date commemorates 1940, the national catastrophe for Norway under occupation. And if you don't know, the very first battles for the United Kingdom, other than those out in the oceans as a maritime power, were here in Norway. We lost personnel first in the First War here. And I wanted to say a thank you, a salute, really, to my European and American comrades who I had the privilege of working alongside in Afghanistan as part of the effort we did together. We should not forget that sacrifice wasn't just about values that you can diminish and throw to one side in the sake of interests. They are fundamental to who we are and what matters most. Is the UK really fully committed? I can tell you, yes, it is, 110%. And I can give you evidence of that commitment to this country and to NATO as a whole. There's been consistent evidence in the last few defence reviews or integrated reviews that we've had in the UK. The UK maintains a nuclear-armed navy with over 200 warheads. We're not permitted to release the actual number of warheads anymore to keep Mr. Putin going and in ambiguity. We also have an expeditionary air force, not least 2 group. We have an expeditionary land capability, which in theory can be 2 divisions, plus a rapid reaction brigade. And we have all the enabling functions that go with that, including the newly formed or newly retitled CSOC that we have. So in terms of means, the UK is committed. And I'm delighted that Norway has decided to purchase a Type 26 brand new frigate, new warship, and we're rapidly building Type 31, and I'm hoping you'll be generous enough to buy that one as well. But, you know, how committed are we? The Deputy Commander of the Supreme Allied Commander Europe is a British officer, happens to be a friend of mine, Johnny Stringer, an excellent individual who I know is committed to Europe. And I think, we should go back in our history and understand that the centre of gravity for the United Kingdom in many of its conflicts in protecting Europe, the centre of gravity was often the Baltic and the Nordic region and the high north and North Atlantic. Our greatest naval victories occurred in the North Atlantic or the Mid-Atlantic. Our greatest naval catastrophes also occurred there too. 1941, loss of HMS Hood, for example. I think what really has been striking about today so far, and in terms of where the UK is and how serious it is, I was classically educated. I was lucky enough to study Thucydides when I was younger in the Peloponnesian War. And some of you here, I know, will remember the great Periclean oratories, his promises, the populist leader. Let me tell you, he said, as a demagogue, how we are going to humble the Spartans. And he mistreated the so-called colonies, the allies. You may remember the Melian dialogue, as they rationally tried to reason with this demagogic leader. And you remember, if you go to the very end of the story, Greek civilization is replaced. They fail. Thucydides warns us, if you don't look after your allies, if you don't look after each other, the end will come. You will be eclipsed, and we all know which powers that will be. So the UK is very, very serious. And you need to be serious with the UK. It's the fourth largest technological power in the world. It produces the fourth in the league table, fourth of all the technologies. It has a densely packed island of universities producing great scientific breakthroughs. And I think if you look at the track record of the UK over the last few months and indeed last few years, you will see a country that has committed land forces to Estonia, has assisted in the interdiction of the Bella 1 in the Atlantic, has a carrier strike group with an air wing which is dedicated to the protection of the Nordic and Baltic regions as well as the Atlantic, a continuous at-sea nuclear deterrent. There are British sailors under the waves right now, armed with nuclear weapons, providing that nuclear umbrella. And I don't think we should gainsay that at all. It was the first country to offer security guarantees to Finland and Sweden when they announced that they would join NATO, the first country. And along with France, guaranteed that security thereafter. It is true there are some very, very significant challenges, and the UK does indeed, of course, have defence spending shortfalls at the moment. I am doing my best to persuade the government to change that, I can tell you. I better not go into the disclosures. It's dedicated to supporting Ukraine. This is going to be a 70-year confrontation with Russia, and the UK is determined to see that through to that length of time, as it did during the Cold War. And I don't blame Europeans for not having the wherewithal to deal with a peer-on-peer threat. Let's not forget that for 30 years we reconfigured the armed forces of Europe and the UK for maritime constabulary, air policing and counter-terrorism, counterinsurgency around the world. Now we're trying to catch up. And I think the UK was one of the countries that retained heavy armoured divisions, carriers, aircraft carriers, and an expeditionary air wing at a time when everyone was saying, you don't need to have these capabilities because there's going to be no state-on-state war, it's the end of history, and so on. So I think you can rely on the British. They are consistent, and all I would say is, for all of us, is we have to be patient. Grace gives us patience. Be patient with them as we get ourselves geared up, but I have every confidence the UK and its allies will provide the goods, and you can rely on them as allies.
Thank you so much. So, clear commitments. Let's move a little bit south now and cross the channel and turn to France. When it comes to France, there's no doubt that France has long-standing ambitions to be a leader in European security. The problem France has had is that it didn't really have followers in at least past years. How do you see things in the current context? What are French leadership ambitions in European defense? And again, same question as with the UK. Does France have the means to live up to its visions?
Right, thank you. 3 quick points to begin with on context. First of all, about the US role and what it expects from Europe. I think there is a fundamental contradiction in the so-called national security strategy. On the one hand, Washington expects, and that's not unreasonable, Europeans to take charge of their own security. At least they would only lead from behind if they ever lead again. But on the other, they deliberately favor political forces, domestic political forces, whose agenda is actually to compromise with Russia or to not consider Russia as a threat. That's a fundamental problem and a contradiction, which I think, a self-contradiction, which I think has not been enough underlined. Second point, my good friend Stein, what's coming? I actually fully agree with you that whatever happens next, it's going to be within NATO. I don't see any reasonable path, assuming anyone actually thinks seriously about these issues, where the Europeans would, if the transatlantic contract was to break down, would create something completely new and start from scratch. No, whatever happens, we will use NATO because that's what we have. I was also delighted to hear Ashar VP Kaja Kallas this morning blasting the ideas of a European Security Council, which was actually mentioned by one of her own commissioners a few weeks ago. But that was also a French idea, by the way. And just a quick anecdote. When I told to my Élysée friends 5-6 years ago, what does he mean by European Security Council? That doesn't make sense. And I got no answer. And I know that when I get no answers from officials, that means they're not comfortable with the idea. The problem was that, and the problem remains, how do you ensure a good synchronization and consultation, coordination between the UK and the EU if the EU is to take a bigger role? Likewise, but you know, a European Council, so who's going to be the permanent members? Fat chance we're going to be able to agree on who's... That's not going to happen, okay, all right? She also rightly blasted the idea of a European army. I mean, the words have a meaning, okay? If you talk about an army, it's about a single political authority, and that's not going to happen. The third thing I'd like to underline is that, because well, I don't think we've talked about it a lot since this morning, the Mark Rutte fallacy. The Mark Rutte fallacy is that you can't defend Europe if you don't bring exactly the same sort of assets and strategy that NATO has today with a prominent US role. I think that's defeatist. I think you could. What you cannot do is implement NATO's current defense plan if you take out completely the US contribution. I think it's completely defeatist to believe that we cannot, by definition, deter Russia and defend against Russia if we don't spend, quote, 10% of our GDP. I think that it's a debate that he closed much too early. Now, getting now to your questions, Barbara. I think France, unsurprisingly, sees itself as one of the leaders of European security. It's not about getting followers. We're not on TikTok. I think occasionally France provides leadership on some issues. Greenland, I think, is one issue that I think it did provide leadership and efficient leadership. But like the UK, it also has a global role, including because of its physical presence on, on most of the oceans. So there will always be a balancing act in French preoccupations, to some extent like the UK, but to some extent only, between, quote, global responsibilities and European defense. The good news is that since the French army withdrew almost all of its forces from Africa, these forces, the army forces, become more available to the defense of Europe. Barbara, I think you very aptly described the concept of autonomy, whatever the label. It's about reducing dependencies, not only on defense, by the way. It's about fundamentally on reducing dependencies. And you were very on target when you said that it's first and foremost, you begin with the ability to judge, including from an intelligence standpoint, the current situation without relying too much on any other outside power. I don't think that the French have any particular format in mind. I mean, it has to be Weimar plus UK, it has to be French-UK for nuclear, or for the joint planning cell which exists in the Mont-Valérien near Paris regarding the coalition of the willing. It's occasionally, the format question is, in a sense, it's not the most important issue. And I don't think there is any willingness or intention or desire, no plan, no intention, no reason for France to exercise a leadership role without some of its key partners. But herein lies the rub, and Barbara, you knew this was coming because you hinted at it, the means. Now, the president said in July of last year that we would actually reach the targets we thought that we had planned to reach in 2030, we would reach them in 27. That's fine. But unfortunately, and believe me, I take no pleasure in underlying that, there is just no way France is going to be able to spend much more than 2.5% in 2030. Just no way. If we get to 2.3, 2.4, that would be an extraordinary victory given our budgetary woes. We are in a dire financial situation. I don't know what comes in 27, but frankly, and I asked a very senior government figure a year and a half ago, how do you get to 3%, let alone 3.5? What's the credible pathway? I can only tell you that I did not get any credible answer. And the person sitting next to me knew that he or she did not have a credible answer or pathway. So that's the problem indeed. By the way, maybe we want to talk about what happens in 27. We have an election, but we may leave it for later.
Yeah. No, thank you. Thank you very much for that take on France, which brings me to the other side of the Rhine and, of course, to Germany, which is definitely one of the countries towards which there are the most expectations, but also the biggest question marks as to where it is headed, how serious it really is about providing leadership in European security. So, Karl-Heinz, what's your take?
Well, first, let me also add a grain of optimism to the entire debate. Might be a contradiction in terms to have a German optimist, but I think it exists because things are changing significantly in Germany. Let me make a few points to underline this. First, there is no illusion in the German government on the Trump administration. They realize that Trump despises NATO and defines Europe as an opponent. And Chancellor Merkel knows that even his good rapport, allegedly good rapport with the US president, can change every day. So there is no illusion on this. Second, there is no illusion that the transatlantic relations will get well again as they were. So it's not that we just have to survive the next 3 years, but that the trust in the US has been lastingly damaged. And unfortunately, America remains a deeply divided country with more or less 50% of the people being in this MAGA world, let's call it. And this, of course, will affect the transatlantic relationship in the long term. Third point, European defense against Russia without the US or with significantly fewer support of the US was always regarded as a nightmare, particularly after the attack of the Russians. Today, it is definitely not seen as the preferred option. But should it happen under whatever conditions, Europe might be able to cope with it. Why? Simply because because of Russian capabilities to attack and European capacities to defend and deter are both not static. They are highly dynamic, and they are developing in a sense that Russian industrial and economic base is going down, and the European capacities to defense is going up. And we can discuss for hours whether the European going up is quick enough. Point number 4, very interesting, there is no talk in Germany, in Berlin anymore about the European army. Interestingly enough, in the past, always those were talking about the European army who didn't want to pay for defense at the first place, and were hoping to put it under a different, and we still have some countries in the EU who are doing the same. Point number 5, Germany indeed, and that's your question, how much is Germany able and and also willing to do, Germany's readiness to bear a significant part of the burden can be seen in the budget. In 2022, the German defense budget was 50 billion euros, more or less. In 2026, it is 108 billion. This is more than double. And you didn't see this in France, not in the UK, nowhere else in Europe. And we can discuss whether the 50 were way too low before. Absolutely true. For Ukraine, also interesting. This year, in 2026, Germany spends 11.5 billion euros for support of the Ukraine, military and non-military. The interesting thing is that the government asked for 8.5 to the parliament, and the parliament added another 3 on this. So much about the parliamentary support and the public support for Ukraine, despite all the problems we have with the AfD and the populists, and so on and so forth. Point number 6, supporting Ukraine doesn't mean anymore, fortunately, not only giving money or weapons, but to integrate Ukraine in European defense structures as far as possible. So German policy changed over the years from delivery and training to common development and common production. 4 months ago, we signed a memorandum with Kiev for industrial cooperation, particularly for long-range systems and ammunitions and drones. Of course, the High North is no longer, that's point number 7, the High North is no longer a side issue for Germany. We also expanded our viewpoint significantly. We have, since 24, our Foreign Ministry has official guidelines for the Arctic. We never had this before, and they are now under revision after the Greenland crisis. And of course, we have, as you all know, growing ties with the Nordic countries. You mentioned it in one side sense, the leadership question, German leadership. The Germans are always very careful with leadership, because allies like leadership if you lead them in the direction they want to go anyway. If you lead them in another direction, you are particularly in trouble. Big countries know this, US knows this, UK knows this, France knows this. We are always surprised because we just want to be loved by everyone, and this doesn't work. So this is why Merz follows a tradition of previous chancellors, namely always trying to have a group leadership, and he managed to establish excellent relations to Starmer, to Macron, to Tusk, and to Meloni. Last point, point number 9. Does this mean everything is fine? Not at all. Friedrich Merz is criticized, often criticized, for being the foreign policy chancellor who neglects the domestic needs for political reform, economic reform. We have all this long list of things to do. We always have coalition governments in government. Terrible. Because it takes a long, long time. They're always slow. They're always difficult. We have strong populist movements, and we haven't found an answer yet on how to deal with these strong populist movements from the right and from the left. On the other hand, and that's my last point, let's not forget this government is in power for 9 months, for heaven's sake. So give them a little bit more time. So please bear with us, and basically everything will be fine. If it's not fine, it's not the end yet.
Okay, thank you very much. It's of course very, very reassuring that everything will be fine. But something that you all more or less explicitly said is that the formats are maybe not what's most important. What I wonder, however, you still need to find a way to install some cohesion in what we're doing now. Also, as the Prime Minister said this morning, if we all just go in all our sort of individual directions and start investing in the military without coordination, that is not really going to add up to sort of stronger European defense, at least if you look at things from a European level. And so what I would like to hear more about from all of you is indeed the format question, the constellation question, and maybe starting with you, Steen, and sort of a very NATO focus is what exactly needs to happen within NATO very concretely? Does sort of reducing dependencies on the United States, what exactly does that mean? Does it mean getting closer, if not fully getting there, of being able to implement the plans that have been mentioned, the 3 regional defense plans, without the United States? Is it getting ready to replace US officers and command structures? Like, what exactly are we talking about?
Well, I have, for the past year or so, I have very closely followed the security policy offices of the Norwegian and Danish foreign ministries and their NATO delegations, the NATO ambassadors, in another project of mine that relates to how security expertise interacts with NATO policy decision-making. And let me draw a bit on that as I answer you, because I think the nature of the beast in NATO is that it's a tremendous machine for cyclical planning. And the core of NATO remains the NATO defense planning process. That is NATO, and then you latch things onto that. And some of them are very important, like the ministerial guidance for the NATO defense planning process. Others are less important. That could be some Mediterranean dialogue. It could be something Arctic vision. And we'll see what happens. But the core of NATO is the cyclical process related to NATO defense planning. And some policy products are more important because they latch into it. And I think China is increasingly becoming one of those. There's an annual report on China that comes out. This was, of course, initiated in 2019, so it's a pretty young process. But what that does, this annual process, is that it produces capability targets for the NATO defense planning process. And that has to do with technology or cyber or something that is specifically related to China. And it feeds into the machine. This is not the type of machine that will react on a day-to-day basis to whatever happens in the White House or in the news cycle. It turns on and on and on. And that is why we have the Prime Minister saying institutions are too slow. And in a way, that's a good thing, because there's a solidity to this mechanism. And if you listen to the military officers that are queried on, where is the alliance? And they're saying, well, as far as I'm concerned, in my day-to-day business, it's working fine, because the mil-mil relations are good. And so what was the question again? I'm being lost in my. What needs to happen in NATO, right?
If we were really serious about reducing our dependencies, what would that mean?
So I'm sorry, I got lost in my own story. But what needs to happen is that this frantic Elvis leaves the building, right? The coalition format, flexible engagement on behalf of the political leadership really should leave NATO and leave the machine to get on with it, because right now we have the summits that upset NATO every year. It's a built-in mechanism to wreck the train year in, year out. Next stop, Ankara. And in a way, NATO would be better off if the chiefs could just go about being difficult in their own domain. And NATO could be run by defense and foreign ministers like during the Cold War. I wrote this in my book, by the way, and I got a lot of heat for diplomats, but I think now the winds are changing. And when they figured out where the political engine is, what kind of change are we getting at? Either because the Europeans managed to agree this with the US, or because this Brussels-packed coalition in Europe comes together to say, okay, now this is the direction we need to work in, then they can step back into NATO and redirect the machine. If they permanently disconnect, of course, that's bad news. But for now, I would say NATO needs to be left alone a little bit and have the chiefs run out on the playground and be crazy for a while. It's like having, kids that need to spend their energy a bit.
Thank you, Bruno. I see you laughing. Do you have comments?
No, I'm not laughing, I'm smiling. I have 2 comments which may be suggestions. First of all, my understanding is that quite often these days, the US in NATO often speaks first. Now, in the day-to-day machinery, now they often speak last. And I think if that's what's happening, that's great. The daddy is taking off the small wheels of the bicycle. That's excellent. That's excellent. I mean, it's a learning process, and frankly, I'm not very optimistic about the ability of the NATO machinery to work without the US leadership, because that's how it was built in, and whatever happens next, it will be more difficult. But if we take the habit of not, waiting, by the way, the French do this too. They wait for the US so that they can say yes or no. But we expect that. Mm-hmm. But if that's what's happening, I don't think it's a bad thing. Second thing, I mean, I'm maybe slightly less familiar than Stanley about the NDPP, but the slowness and the bureaucratic nature of NATO, and I've worked in Brussels, I think I know a little bit of how it works. It's a multinational military bureaucracy. How can, it doesn't get as more bureaucratic than it does. It's not adapted to an era where it takes a post or a tweet to alter the nature of the transatlantic relationship. So I think one of the possible answers is invest in the enablers, the C4ISR in particular. And here comes the conundrum. For 20 years, we heard our American friends, our good American friends, tell us, no, don't duplicate. Duplication is bad. Duplication is bad. But now, I think part of the answer to the question raised is some form of limited duplication. So it's a real conundrum. I mean, there's no easy way out of this. There's really no easy way. And anyone who has, I mean, maybe you guys have more final, convincing answers, but I'm afraid that we are really in a very difficult situation. Nothing has prepared us, well, maybe the French are mentally a little more prepared, doesn't mean militarily, but mentally more, but we're not prepared for that. So how do we convince, and I end up with that, and the fundamental question is that, how do we convince Russia that if anything really bad happens to NATO, something which has not happened yet, we will still be willing and able to defend effectively against it. And that's slightly more, that's marginally easier because the answer is political and psychological more than purely military. That doesn't really answer the question, right? Does it?
Not really, but I'll try again.
I did my best.
But Karl-Heinz wanted to say something.
Well, on this format thing, I think one has to get the sequence right between format and capabilities. Particularly in the EU, we were discussing for decades different formats because we were not willing to give the means for the formats. We had the battle groups, we had the headline goals, we had the rapid reaction force. Everything existed only on the paper because this is cheap. You can discuss about formats and it doesn't cost anything. So, of course, if you have the means, then you need the format, and that's why NATO is certainly important. But even if you have the means and if you don't have a format, things can work as well. The Ramstein Group is an example that 50 countries come together with the means and the will to do something and manage to support Ukraine, which means providing funds or providing funds for the capabilities means political will, and means the political will to change or to reprioritize your spending. And I have problems, honestly, if someone says, well, we don't have the money for this in the next years. Europe plus Canada, which means NATO without the US, has a GDP of $25 trillion, which is 11 times more than Russia, which is now has 2.3 trillion. For God's sake, it must be possible from $25 trillion to squeeze out a certain amount for defense. This, of course, requires political work. You have to convince the people. In some countries this works. In some countries it doesn't work that much, but then it is the fault, quote unquote, of the government not to execute the political will.
Thank you. I'm still not ready to completely leave the formats discussion behind, because one observation you can currently make in Europe is that we also have a proliferation of formats. I mean, you just mentioned some of them. There are plenty more. There are minilateral formats, the Joint Expeditionary Forces, for example. There's also Nordic cooperation. There's the Nordic-Baltic 8. But there's also, has always been, of course, but now also we see a lot of increased and deepened bilateral cooperation. France and the UK would be one example. But again, there's plenty more. And so what I still wonder is, again, you know, against the backdrop of all this cooperation, which per se I believe it's a good thing, but how do you manage cohesion in this sense and coherence, and how do you make sure that everything goes in the same direction? And so, Rob, what I would like to ask you is, in the context we are in and this role that we also see emerging for the European Union, I mean, to me I have to admit it's not entirely clear what kind of actor the European Union is this, beyond sort of trying to foster industrial cooperation and helping with financing and so on. But from a British perspective, how do you view the fact that the UK is not a member of the European Union, and how also, I mean, the UK being a spider in the sort of the web of a lot of these cooperation formats, how do you keep track of everything? How do you not get lost in all these formats?
This is the comedy question, because you know Britain's not a member of the EU, so what do I think of the EU? I mean, you're asking for it now. The UK has about 83 different partners around the globe in the sense of, you know, formal arrangements and agreements. And you're right to, you know, say, how on earth do you manage it? It must be quite complicated. There are an awful lot of people working very hard in the UK to make it work, I can tell you that. And of course, some do overlap. But, you know, what my fellow panelists have been talking about is this idea of the Europeans manage both to consent to things, but also pragmatists. You know, there is a degree. We're not all just talking theory, despite what our critics beyond these shores would sort of say. And, you know, we have common ground. That's the point. So we all agree that deterrence is much better than fighting another great European civil war. We know that. And, you know, there are a few gaps in our capabilities which, from a pragmatic point of view, these agreements otherwise are simply, you know, nice formalities, and we greet each other in halls of different foreign ministries or you know, amongst heads of state. But actually there's some practical business. So we know that we haven't got enough munitions. Munitions production is still not where it should be in the European continent and in Canada. So a practical thing that's actually happening that is causing coherence and cohesion is co-production. Co-manufacturing. Britain is buying mobile artillery, the Archer batteries from Sweden. Sweden and Britain co-produce those anti-tank weapon systems that were so critical to Ukraine in those opening months of the Russian invasion. I know Professor Matlar has just left, but Professor Matlar and I edited a book on this idea of you know, NATO and Russia's war in Ukraine, and how we were seeing strategic integration much more evidently. Now, we've got shortages in missiles, electronic warfare, mobile land fires, and we need to sort out our defence industrial base. And what I would say is, and this is going to upset a few people who are EU people, but I'm going to say it anyway, when you get upset about American tariffs, can I just remind you that when there was the Brexit divorce between Britain and the European Union has insisted on imposing rules. It might be a good idea to consider the reason why Americans go in for tariffs is because the EU was the one that imposed rules of how you trade with the European continent. Now, you might say that's absolutely vital, but I would rather see the European Union impose fewer rules on its allies and friends, like Norway and the UK and Turkey, and actually start to impose costs on its adversaries. It is frankly immoral that the EU continues to spend more money to the Russian exchequer on oil and gas than it gives in aid to Ukraine. That is wrong. I'm going to say it as it is. I hope not upsetting the heads of state and some prime ministers on here, but it's vital that we understand actually how we are operating, and the coherence we need is to change that equation, like I say, impose fewer rules, and start to not only train together at sea and in the air and land and so on as we do, but really manufacture together. Because it's the manufacturing and the producing nations of the world that generate wealth. We've become rather too enamored by the sort of luxury of the service sector and so on. By the way, AI is going to replace, artificial intelligence will replace your service sector. So don't get comfortable about that. And the Chinese are after the reserve currency, by the way, as well. So we need to wake up, start manufacturing together, co-produce. And let's say, I've already mentioned the agreement, over Type 26, but Euro Typhoon has been a success story. The British have discovered they're not very good at making armoured vehicles anymore. Rheinmetall makes some fantastic equipment, and I think it's a case of now finding these niches. British are great at making submarines. We're wonderful at making warships. Sweden's better at making artillery. So are the Germans at making mobile artillery. Let's all start to make sure these productions fit with what we actually require.
Right. Rob mentioned... Rob mentioned manufacturing together, and that, unfortunately, I should say, brings me to the FCAS, and more broadly to the state of the Franco-German relationship, because traditionally, at least, in good old Western European integration stories, leadership would come from the Franco-German tandem. Now, it looks like that tandem is rather dysfunctional these days, and the possible failure of the FCAS project, so the idea of building the next generation fighter jet and surrounding systems together, at least based on media reports, it looks like might not happen. So, Karl-Heinz, if I might ask you first from sort of a Berlin view on this, how much of a problem is it if Paris and Berlin are not on the same page?
Well, I think it's the illusion of the 1990s that if the Franco-German locomotive moves, then all the others follow. No, they don't, because they don't have to do it anymore. They don't follow anymore because they have different interests. And even between France and Germany, we always had different interests, completely legitimate, and we often papered them over. So there is a lot of honesty now in this relationship, knowing that still working together is something which is absolutely necessary. And that's why we have now, for instance, on the Mercosur, we have different positions because the agricultural sector in France has a different weight than in other countries. FCAS, I think, should not be taken as a pass pro toto for the entire relationship.
Yes.
The question is whether the entire idea of such a project, which is to be ready in 2040, I think, not sure whether I will still see it then, is far beyond what we need today. If you see the capability of Ukraine to be innovative in weeks, then you ask yourself honestly whether you can come up with a project for the next 15, 20 years. And then we can discuss endlessly about the French industry is too strong and so on. It is one element which is likely to fail, but if it fails, then it doesn't fail because of a failure of the Franco-German relationship, but the project itself has maybe overlived its best before date. And we have to think anew. And I'm not sure whether the British-Spanish thing is and has the same fate. However, we have severe. We in Germany, we have some differences to understand France. I mean, if someone suggests that the French worker might not go to pension with 62, but maybe with 64, we have problems to understand this. And then they burn down the entire country. So there are also different cultures in how to deal with it, and this comes up now. Last point, good relations, like it or not, are often depending on personal relations. And if they are working good or not so good, this has consequences for the relations. So yes, we disagree on a number of issues. We can discuss for hours who's right and who's wrong, but by and large, like with the UK, like with Poland, like with the Italians, the overall consensus on the key questions, defense, the threat by Russia, the transatlantic relations, I think is fairly sound.
Yeah. Thank you. Bruno, do you have any comments?
I don't have much to... I sincerely, honestly agree with 99% of what Karl-Heinz just said.
Do I have to be confirmed?
Look, there's one thing I've learned over the years is that underestimate the fundamental strengths of the French-German relationship at your own peril. This is a message that I've conveyed to my British and American friends in particular over the past 30 years. And I think that, Barbara, that's, as an expert on the subject, I'm not sure you would disagree. And never underestimate the amount of political capital that the French and German political leaders have been and will be able, I think, to spend to continue to make it work. In particular, I mean, again, I'm not going to repeat what Karl-Heinz said, because I think you nailed it. And about the engine thing, I mean, it's not even something of the 80s, 90s, something of the 80s. No. I mean, the one thing you can say is that we can be a blocking factor in the EU, in the sense that when the Germans and the French fundamentally disagree on an EU thing, it's a blocking factor. So it's a blocking factor more than an enabler. But again, you know, don't reduce the defense and security partnership to FCAS. I mean, again, you know, I'm not going to repeat what Karl-Heinz said. So again, I almost entirely agree with everything you just said.
So would you recommend turning to the Franco-German tandem for leadership on European security?
No, I think these questions of leadership, again, sometimes it can be Franco-German, sometimes Franco-British, sometimes, you know, French, Weimar. I mean, Weimar is a good format, and I find it interesting as a Frenchman to look at the way sometimes of German and Polish friends interact in the Weimar format. Sometimes it's a bit strange. Sometimes it has to be with the UK too. Look, I don't think any single format or tandem can claim to be the future leadership of European security. And by the way, you know, if there's an Italian in the room, that person would say, how about us? And it's true. And the French have it, and we never underestimate the Germans, but we do underestimate the Italians. That's for sure. So yeah, I mean, nothing is. You have to have Mrs. Meloni in the room for many of the European affairs we're talking about. So anyway, to some extent, I think these leadership questions, and including these phone call questions, the phone number questions, are only mildly relevant to the real challenges that we face. But the identity of the leaders and the good cooperation, the good chemistry, personal chemistry between leaders is extremely important. You know, the coalition of the willing would not have happened without the good entente between Chancellor Merz, Prime Minister Starmer, and President Macron in particular.
I guess that is reassuring. If I may turn to you again, Steen, and ask you something sort of in your capacity as somebody from the Nordic countries, because what we clearly see is an increased interest of the E3 countries in cooperating with the Nordics. And we also see, that's at least how I perceive it in Stockholm, sort of a discovery in the Nordic countries of these other European countries, especially the ones that are not the UK, and an increased interest in working with them. Would you agree with that assessment? And if so, what do you think would be promising avenues for cooperation? And how would you advise Nordic governments in picking their favorite partners among all the contenders now?
Well, certainly they shouldn't try to make it a beauty contest. They should make the best of everything, which they're also doing. They're working with the JEF, the Joint Expeditionary Force. They are having the NB8++ with Poland and Germany. France is a little bit of a newcomer politically to the region in terms of defense, because it was always a very pro-Atlantic region. But they all need to be part of that conversation. I think that the leadership is willing to have the conversation with all of them. What I think is so striking is that it works in concentric circles. I'm not saying one is more important than the other, but there just seems to be these distinctions where the Nordic countries are having their own conversation because they are more alike and more comfortable, and then they add the Baltics, and that's a different conversation. And I don't know whether you picked it up, but the Foreign Minister Espen Eide, he said it, right? He said that, well, we should appreciate their experience with the Soviet Union and more, but then we sometimes add a more calm, long-term perspective. And that's exactly what this is, the Nordic-Baltic. Those who were more rawly exposed to Soviet history and Russian policy, with this more lean back, more patient Nordic approach. And growing those two together in the Nordic-Baltic area is very important for the region, without having the big kids on the block, Poland, Germany, Britain, France, undo the conversation, because linking the Nordic and the Baltics in itself is very important, bridging those two experiences, and they are very different. And then see how far that regional dynamic can grow organically with France or Germany or Britain. And I think they're open to business in all directions. And just to comment on the Franco-German engine, it always worked best, of course, when the leaders were in sync. But they always worked best when the structures were favorable to their cooperation. And France and Germany, it's back to the 80s, actually back to the 70s, right? I mean, this goes way back when geopolitics favored something that was apart from the US and Britain, and that was about driving the European community. And their economies were much more compatible in a corporate makeup that was distinguished from Anglo-Saxon capitalism. They are challenged today because Europe's economic governance needs to change, and it needs to become much more innovative and dynamic. And that challenges both France and Germany, but in different ways. And they need this to be aligned in order for this engine to be effective. The other challenge is that Europe's center of gravity in terms of vulnerability has moved eastwards. Eastern Europe, like in the interwar years, is again where Europe will be made or unmade. And moving influence from Western Europe into Eastern Europe is just very difficult. You need to have the forces, you need to have the foresight, you need to have the leadership, even if that's a tired word. And that's just proving difficult for the Franco-German engine. And so it's about rebuilding this, and I think the way they connect to the Nordic-Baltic region, to Poland, is part of their, as Karl-Heinz said, we need to have leadership that works through coalitions, that works through groups, so that we're not standing alone on top of the hill and calling out for everyone to follow us. So again, I think it's part of this very dynamic, flexible diplomatic scene that Europe is in. It's a transitory phase, and hopefully it will land where something solidifies.
Yeah. Maybe to also pick up on that, and perhaps Rob, this question is for you, because you just bring sort of an interesting non-continental perspective to the discussion, is we've now talked a lot about the countries that are represented on the panel. We've also, for obvious reasons, talked a lot about sort of the central and eastern parts of Europe. What about the South? How important is it to get the South on board?
Crikey, valuable and vital. I mean, to link together what we just heard from Sten's excellent point. I don't know about you, but when I was younger, I used to play a lot of rugby. And if you're picking your sports team members, Some are faster, but quite slender. Some are big, heavy-set people that you want to put in the pack. Others you want to be wingers and runners, you know they're speedy. So you look at your own team and you look at the strengths they've got. So Turkey today has some of the highest productivity per capita in the European region. That is their strength. They are building new tech industries by enabling small and medium enterprises to embrace the new tech revolution. When in my own country, although you can start a business very easily, it's very hard to get it to scale beyond a certain size. So we need to look at ourselves, look at our talents, and embrace those particular talents. The Greeks see themselves as a maritime nation. By the way, so do the Italians. The Italians have an armoured division. They cannot move to Poland because the rail gauges are wrong and because the EU won't let them. It's too complicated, all the paperwork. General Hodges here was one of the first military officers to break through all the EU regulations to be able to demonstrate the power of moving military formations throughout the entire Baltic region. And by the way, also introduced a deception operation to wrongfoot the press by making those US units land in a different port in Germany. Is that right, sir? There we are. Now, that's them. Now, what do you also have to do, though, with any good sports team? You need to look at your adversary and figure out where are their strengths and weaknesses and exploit their gaps and their problems. And I think, when you look at, where the Russians are vulnerable right now, what they're worried about, that's where you apply the pressure. So one of those regions is the Caucasus. Russia has traditionally been very worried about the Caucasus, largely because of the Islamic population and because they took years and years to suppress a very famous resistance leader called Imam Shamil. They also had problems there during the Chechen Wars, the 1990s. But another region, which we mentioned a lot today, is the Kola Peninsula. We've talked about the largest concentration of nuclear weapons at Severomorsk. It seems to me that what we need to do is apply a little bit of our own maskirovka and apply strategic rebalancing by periodically exercising in the high north. Because once Russia knows that we're interested in the region, they will spend billions of rubles hardening those defences and being concerned about it and employing more and more bases there, like they are doing on the border of Finland. That is money they cannot spend on the war in Ukraine. And if you apply the same pressure from the south on them, and indeed from the East Asian side, you realise that Russia has been unable throughout its history to defend the thousands upon thousands of kilometres of its border. It's always weak on its edges. And indeed, when Russia fails, it's on the peripheries it fails first. And then that ingresses inwards until the shell itself fragments and collapses. So is the Europeans of the South important? Yes. And I don't want to hear any more talk about somehow the Southern Europeans are not as committed as the Northern Europeans. Absolute nonsense. Go to Greece, go to see the Turks, and you'll find they are as committed, and in my view, strategically, they're as valuable as we are.
Does Spain agree?
I don't know.
I allowed myself to ask a question. Do you think Spain agrees with that?
Well, Britain and Spain have a little difficulty over the rock of Gibraltar.
No, it's not about the bilateral relation, but I'm not sure that Spain, which is actually a big South European country, would entirely fit in the generalization you just made.
Well, look, I mean, Gibraltar, I mentioned Gibraltar on purpose because, to answer your question, it is indeed a strategic location. It guards the mouth of the Mediterranean and the entrance to the Atlantic. And, Britain would love to be able to hold it all on its own without any assistance by anyone. But the reality is that Anglo-Spanish relations, when they're good, means that secure strategic choke point is deeply secure. If Spain and Britain don't get on, that puts that strategic position at risk. And by the way, you also need France for it because you guard, the Western Mediterranean. This is the whole point, of course, of an alliance. One of the greatest remarks ever made about the conclusion of the Second World War was that it was not an American-led effort, it was a genuine Allied effort. And that's the point. That's what we should remember.
Heinz, you had a comment as well?
Yes, on this, on the issue of the South. I think it's easy to mock about Spain because they're not paying enough. The problem is a little bit bigger. We have since ages a East-South divide in NATO, where the East says all the money has to go to us because of Russia, and the South said, no, we have a perspective to the South. The problem of the Southern perspective is that the Eastern perspective, to say Russia is a threat, this can be dealt with linear means. You have a linear threat from Russia, which you can answer with linear means, with defense and forces and so on. The concerns of the South are much more gloomy, which you cannot deal with defense measures. So terrorism in the South you don't do anything with the means NATO has. So this gap will not go away. The South in general saying, why does all the money go to the East? What about our security interests? But they are not unable, but it's extremely difficult for them to find a task the classical security institutions like NATO could do to deal with the issues. And this is something which is fundamental. Then, of course, you have different governments who do different things, but it is, yes, France could, certainly Spain could do more, but it's not only Spain, it's a general difficulty.
No, that is, of course, a relevant point, and maybe this is not as optimistic as we started on threat perception, but maybe it is also the case that the relative cohesion we've had in Europe about the Russian threat is also thanks to the fact that the South has been, I'm not sure I dare to use the word, but relatively quiet in recent years, which also allowed for that focus on Russia. And the question, of course, is what happens when things flare up in the South again? But this will unfortunately have to be for a different panel because the clock here shows me that we have 8 minutes left. And so I would like to use the remaining time by giving each of you 2 minutes to answer one question. I know, Bruno, that you said that this whole leadership debate is maybe not what we should be having, but what I still wonder is, okay, if we as Europeans need to overcome strategic divides and do something differently than we have in the past because circumstances change, there needs to be a plan, there needs to be a vision of where we go. And so where does that vision come from? Who's going to provide it? Where will it be elaborated? So that would be my final question to each of you, hoping that you have the answers or at least ideas on it. And why don't we just go in this direction, if that's fine with you, Rob?
Oh, crikey. Okay. Look, Britain and France together possess over 500 nuclear missiles. And if we ever had to use them, God forbid, Russia would cease to exist for 200 years. So that's an awesome responsibility, and no one should diminish, that firepower. That is our ultimate deterrence. It's our ultimate insurance. Britain is struggling to pay for it all. So, if Germany might be some generous money coming along, that'd be marvelous. And I made the point, and I won't repeat about sort of defence industries, but I do think we need to sort of now work very hard on scaling up those sort of responsibilities. I would believe, by the way, that, that rejoinder about the South is that if Libya had firmed up and become a Russian base, or Syria had remained as a Russian base, I dare say we'd be paying far more attention to the conventional defence of Southern Europe than we do. We have the luxury of strategic depth. Perhaps a final thought is that Henry Kissinger warned that the big Eurasian continent could potentially become a superstate that was detrimental to American interests. So American policy for Kissinger was to keep Russia, China, India, and so on divided. And that Europe is like a sort of a glacis, a seaboard on which American interests depend. So we need to keep reminding the United States that their interests lie here in Europe. We have 3.1 million military personnel without the Americans at all in NATO. We have an armada of Navy. We have an air armada to go with it. And when we work together, we are incredibly powerful. It's been said many times, our wealth dwarfs that of Russia. So I think we're in a position not to indulge in the histrionics of sort of, elaborate shouting. Europeans don't really go in for that. We can speak softly. We do carry a big stick. And if we get ourselves prepared, then I think we have nothing to fear.
Right.
I don't want to play down the vision thing, but I have problems with these visions, because we had a famous German chancellor, Helmut Schmidt, a social democrat, a nice guy anyway, who was once asked what is his vision, and he said, who has visions should see a doctor. And I think there's a famous quote, and I think it goes in the right direction, because I happen to believe the Macmillan thing, that the question, what drives politics? Events, events, events. And the Greenland case is one example how a single event can create, through a number of different inputs and factors, cohesion, which we didn't expect before, even from countries who do not have that much to do with Greenland.
It happened because Trump had a vision.
Well, this is why I would suggest he should see a doctor. So, to come to a serious point back, I honestly think that these events which we have, and there certainly Trump is one of those. I mean, we had tons of wake-up calls in Europe, which we all overslept. Now it is something where Europe is confronted with a real threat from within, and then it works, not as quick as possible, not as good as possible, but step by step. So I honestly think that that Greenland is an example on where it should go and where cohesion could come from.
All right, a strong anti-vision argument here.
Well, I would agree with Karl-Heinz that vision is something we analysts or commentators, we tend to use as a shortcut to what needs to be done. And political leaders, they know that change is about grind. It's about small steps, hard-fought steps every day. And a big vision is to invite trouble when events happen. And I would say, especially at a time when institutions are in flux, when leadership is exercised in flexible coalitions, it's very hard to predict what will happen. Setting out a vision is almost a guarantee that you will look ridiculous in 3 days from now. And so I think, to answer your question, Barbara, I think it's still the right question. How do we move forward? And I think it comes from leaders who are able to not fall for the temptation to be anti-American. This will never be Europe's future. It cannot be. Then get the house in order. If you have the economy that has a surplus to invest in defense, then you're in charge. If you cannot invest, you're not in charge. This is about the economic foundations of strategic leadership. And then finally, channeling some of that economic surplus into defense capabilities with your friends and partners, that you share with your friends and partners. It's not, I mean, that sounds easy. And that's the vision leaders need to have. And without saying vision, it's very hard to do in the political landscape that Europe is. But I think this is what we should be looking for.
Thank you.
2 points. Since Rob mentioned the nuclear element, I think this is one of the rare elements where the leadership has to be British-French. And I don't think anyone mentioned the very important Northwood Declaration of July 2025. For the first time ever, London and Paris both, one, committed themselves to de facto some form of nuclear protection for Europe, and two, basically opened almost all the doors to further nuclear cooperation on themselves. This was really groundbreaking. And I think whatever comes next will not be up to London and Paris. It will be up to the friends and allies, including Norway, Denmark, another. What do you want? What do you need from us? That sort of conversation has been happening over the past 6 to 12 months. These conversations have happened, are happening. Frankly, Karl-Heinz and I and others on this panel, and Sten, I know, you have been following these debates for decades now. And I've never seen German leaders and experts talk about the nuclear deterrence question in Europe the way they have. I mean, it's really, most of the taboos, not all of them, thanks God, almost all the taboos are broken. So those conversations are fruitful now, and I think that whatever comes next will not be a British-French construct, but something we do with our friends and allies. Finally, a word of caution about 27, our national elections. I'm going to ask the question you didn't ask, because a lot of people ask me that question. But I'm going to be mildly optimistic. First of all, a surprise is always possible. Out of 3 elections, 2 of them in France over the past 15 years, 2 of them included surprises. We may still have pleasant surprises. And I honestly believe that if the national rally came to power in 27, I think its first priority would be to appear to the rest of Europe and the world as a, quote, normal, quote, responsible political force. They would not be eager to break with what they see, rightly or wrongly, with Gaullist principles or the tradition of foreign policy and defense. And the bad news is that I'm not sure what kind of leaders they would be. So it's a mildly optimistic take. But my main message here, don't assume that if the national rally comes to power in Paris in 27, then everything is, goes down the drain. I think they will do their best to make sure that Paris and France appears as a strong defense partner for their own interest.
Well, I'm very happy we got to end this panel on a mildly optimistic note. And with that, thank you, of course, to our panelists. And back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Barbara, for leading these 4 guys, truly a European panel, through a very interesting discussion, which leaves us with a lot of food for thought, no quick answers. But I have to say, now Elvis is really leaving the building, and I take you with me, because this was the last panel of a fascinating day. I hope you have learned a lot, got new ideas, if not new visions. That's then you should visit the doctor. But I hope to see many of you back tomorrow, where we are going to discuss the maritime domain, the new geostrategy of the maritime domain. We will start 9:30, and the registration starts 8:30, 1 hour before. So please, like to see you back tomorrow. But thank you very much.
Thanks.